Wild Willie coming up on the right-hand side. Well, we are now streaming live on YouTube. Byron Dragway TV carrying all the action of Glory Days. Live now this afternoon. And we get it turned on just in time for a big matchup. We've got Wild Willie, Bill Fusting, the Illinois Outlaw, the 2021 NHRA Holly Hot Rod Reunion from Bowling Green over Father's Day weekend on the right-hand side. Paired up with Graham Chance from Keensville, Missouri, a 1923 Ford Altered, an Altered that raced in the late 1960s, mostly down in Niagara, Florida. Well, it's at Byron Dragway this week in the Glory Days, and what a treat it is to have the Time Warp Altered of Graham Chance. But unfortunately, Graham doesn't have much of a chance against Wild Willie. The Illinois Outlaw is going to go 8:48. 153 miles per hour. That is the top speed of the day today for Wild Bill Fusting. Tim Arney coming up now from Shanahan, Illinois, the Professor Racing Team, as he is a retired college professor. Tim Arney in the left-hand lane. So Tim Arney paired up with the ornery buzzard, that is Kevin Kraus of Yorkville, Illinois. Two front-engine dragsters, and they could not be much more different. Arney was one of the first guys in the Chicagoland area to race a rear-engine dragster in bracket competition. One of the first rear-engine dragsters in the Chicagoland area, period. In fact, he sent me a photo earlier today of him at the 1978 U.S. Bracket Nationals here at Byron Dragway. That race, of course, the birthplace of big money bracket racing, where it all started. Tim Arney going to go in 8:44, the new top speed at 154.3. 3 miles per hour for Tim Arney in the left-hand side. Boy, I'd like to see him and Wild Bill Fusting match up next time they come up. That would be one for the ages. Kevin Kraus, he'll go 9:55, 136 miles per hour on the right-hand side for the ornery buzzard. Well, the hits just keep coming. Two beautiful, gorgeous, period correct, in appearance, front-engine dragsters, one from Michigan. That is Davin Rickcow on the left-hand side, the YouTube star from the Red Line Rebuild YouTube channel. Look it up. He is sponsored by Haggerty Insurance on the left-hand side. The parts chaser, Davin Rickcow. Rickcow on the left-hand side, Buddy Webb in a right lane. Out of Imperial, Missouri, comes the Keen chassis front-engine dragster of Buddy Webb. Webb is a regular here at Byron Dragway in the vintage drag racing. He's got that wheelie bar awfully high on the back of his dragster. I hope the crew knows. I hope they know that it is a bit higher than Davin Rickhow's. Things might get interesting for Buddy Webb on the right-hand side. So Buddy Webb, right lane, and the YouTube star from Red Line Rebuilds. They do time-lapse videos. They take old cars, old engines, anything they find out buried in the woods with the tree growing through it, rip it apart, totally rebuild, make it look like brand new in a time-lapse video, and it is entrancing. It is something to see. So Davin Rickcow and Buddy Webb, pair of front-engine dragsters. I had a feeling you might see a wheel stand from Buddy Webb. He drives it outside the groove. Can he reel it back in? Yes, he will. Rick Howell's going to get the win. 872, 149 miles per hour to the left-hand side. 899 at 147 for Buddy Webb in the right-hand lane. That is the special agent in the 1930 Ford Model A. Your right-hand side, Tim Risen, a special agent. You know, I inquired about that a couple of years ago, Mr. Techman. And he started filling me in on the details. I thought, you know what, stop. I don't want to know too much, because once you know too much about what a special agent does, you know you become on that list. You know that the auditor takes care of. When you know too much, you know... Robert Neves, a new arrival from Crafton, Wisconsin in a 1957 front-engine dragster, left-hand side, paired up with Tim Risen. What a cool-looking pair. And right now, that front-engine dragster of Robert Neves, a new arrival, just pulled in this morning. He's going to get the win, the left-hand side, 949, 130 miles per hour for Bob Neves. In an absolutely spectacular run for the front-engine dragster of a 1957 model in the left-hand lane. Hey, we are looking for Nostalgia Gassers and Great Lakes Gassers. Nostalgia Gassers and Great Lakes Gassers. Club cars, Nostalgia Gassers and Great Lakes Gassers to the lanes, please. Nostalgia Gassers and Great Lakes Gassers to the lanes, please. Once again, Nostalgia Gassers and Great Lakes Gassers, we are looking for you in the stage lanes, please. Nostalgia Gassers and Great Lakes Gassers to the stage lanes, please. Well, a front-engine dragster and an altered, Clinton Champlain and Randy Wagner. Champlain is a local from Stillman Valley, Illinois. A lot of metallic in the paint job for the front-engine dragster, left-hand side from just down the road. Many of you probably passed through Stillman Valley on your way here. Clinton Champlain, he is the local. Paired up with Randy Wagner, the Wagner's Auto Body. One last pass. Altered on the right-hand side, number 1931. Supercharged blown. 417 Donovan from Plymouth, Wisconsin, Randy Wagner. Wagner has struggled. I don't know if he's made it down without having to backpedal the car at least once or twice. If he can get it hooked up, he may be the low ET. Wagner forced to backpedal once, twice, and a little puff of smoke at the top end. He's going to shut it off early, going at 860, 232 miles per hour. And Clinton Champlain, your new top speed of the day today, 155 miles per hour and 8:49 elapsed time for the local racer from Stillman Valley, Illinois. That was Clinton Champlain. Again, we are looking for Nostalgia Gassers and Great Lakes Gassers. Nostalgia Gassers and Great Lakes Gassers to the lanes, please. Nostalgia Gassers and Great Lakes Gassers to the lanes, please. A lot of unique rides, and this one is one of the more unique. Royce Breckler on the left-hand side, a 1956 Ford Thunderbird. or what started as a Thunderbird. Boy, his roll cage and head is sticking out where the rear window once was. The Warbird Thunderbird from Stevens Point, Wisconsin, Royce Breckler, the left-hand side. His opponent is Jim Coffey of Compton Hills, Illinois. Jim is outside of the groove and struggling mightily. No problems for Royce Breckler, the left-hand side. Royce will go 10, 15, 129 miles per hour. And looks like we may have a case of oil. Hey, to the fans over here in front of the tower, we've got a toad, a loose toad running your way. Photographer, if you could please get the toad and relocate him to a safe green area. Sir, if you could please just contain the toad. Track owner B.J. Vangsness is a lover of all animals. We will relocate that toad to a safe area. Make sure it doesn't get stepped on, please. Looks like that lady, oh, she's not afraid to pick up a toad. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for being a caretaker of the living species, all shapes and sizes. That's the last thing you want to happen. Someone to be taking a step out there and then, you know, Frogger meet his end. So thank you to the young lady for retrieving that toad hopping away. What tends to happen is the frogs tend to gather sometimes in the timing light area at the starting line. Cool, dark area. They can kind of keep to themselves, except on race day. It gets a little loud and noisy in there, and that one was headed for the hills. Unfortunately, the hills are packed with race fans on this very hopping Glory Days Saturday. So a quick track inspection. Sounds like it is a report of water from the dragster. It doesn't sound like it's an oil or anything of that variety, so that is good news. BJ, stand down. The toad has been rescued and relocated. Mr. Stiles, you might not believe this story, but a couple of years ago there was a track squirrel. And it happened about 4 p.m. every afternoon, and I'd watch this squirrel start at stage lane number 1 and venture all the way to lane 17 where the jet dryer's parked. And it happened 2 days in a row, and I said, BJ, you're not going to believe it, but there is this squirrel that is like clockwork that runs from one end of the lanes to the other. He says, I don't believe you. 4 o'clock rolls around, that squirrel. Well, he didn't make a liar out of me, Mr. Stiles, so whether it's the track squirrel or the toad abandoning the starting line. So Chief Starter Jeff Spearling doing a thorough inspection. Sounds like it was a report of an overheating front engine dragster pushing out a little bit of water. That was the mist coming out of it. And hopefully just a little bit of time, a little bit of sunshine, that'll evaporate the problem. We're going to check it out from one end to the other. The last thing you want to do is send down a car in a lane that is in question. So big tip of the cap to all the boys and girls in blue working for Byron Dragway. Putting in the hours out here, not just this weekend, but every weekend at Byron Dragway. We salute and thank our hardworking crew at Byron Dragway. Speaking of salute, make sure you stick around. Pace yourself today as we've got our pin-up contest coming up later on today, as well as our opening ceremonies with the national anthem at about 6:30, maybe 6:45 here this evening before the night show. We will have the Oregon VFW post number 97 out here to present our nation's colors at about 6:30 p.m. this evening. They will perform taps, and I believe that they will have a salute, followed by the playing of the national anthem here later on this evening. So pace yourself. It is a long day and night of drag racing here at Byron Dragway. We went into overtime last night, running until about 9:45 p.m. or so. And I understand we've got a little bit of a surprise at the end of tonight's races. fireworks. That's what I understand, and I guess that's no longer a surprise if I just let the cat out of the bag on that one. So, Mr. Styles, it is now your job to come up with a new surprise and keep it away from me so that I don't, these loose lips don't sink any more ships. So track crew says it is clean and clear down track. We are ready to resume once they are in place. And boy, do we have a treat for you. This is Stan Johnson in a 68 front engine dragster from Brookfield, Wisconsin. The entire Johnson crew assisting with the front engine dragster that is wheeled by Stan, 84 years young. The Pontiac power plant between the frame rails of this front engine dragster from Brookfield, Wisconsin. It takes a brave soul to operate one of these front engine dragsters. Just walk through the pits and look in the cockpit and see, well, you straddle a rear end housing, so that takes a very, very courageous individual to strap into one of these hot rods. Nostalgia gassers and Great Lakes gassers to the lanes, please. Nostalgia gassers and Great Lakes gassers to the lanes, please. So at just 84 years young comes Stan Johnson, the Pontiac-powered front-engine dragster from Brookfield, Wisconsin. By the groove, I hope that this works to his favor. Well, he's got it hooked up and cruising her down the quarter mile. Taking a quarter mile pass down memory lane is Stan Johnson, 11:51. At 96.5, 8 miles per hour for Stan Johnson. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Nostalgia Superstock Inc., you are on standby. Stand by, Nostalgia Superstock Inc., we will be calling you soon. Stand by, Nostalgia Superstock Inc., we will be calling you soon. These are the Nostalgia Gassers and Great Lakes Gassers sharing the track at this time. A pair of Nostalgia Gassers leading the way, a father and son matchup. The father on the right-hand side, the innocent rascal. Willie's in the right lane. Paired up with his son, the tub and squirt Anglia. Byron, Dragway, a nice warm round of applause for Ben Bacon. The tub and squirt Anglia on the left-hand side. You know what I love about that car? The headers coming out of the front the way they do. As he burns it out, it just propels that smoke outside of the car in such a violent way. He's actually on our Facebook right now, our most recent post, I do believe. The burnout from last night, and boy, was it a good one, and this one was just as well. So a pair of racers from Kingston, Illinois, father and son. A pair of wheels-up launches for the Bacons. And it looks like father knows best on the right-hand side, teaching his son a lesson at the playground of power. 10:47 to 1:22 in the right-hand lane for Steve Bacon. The innocent rascal comes away the winner over the tub and squirts Anglia as driven by his son, Ben Bacon. Tom Peters. The Drag Addict 51 Kaiser Henry J. Peters in the Drag Addict. What I love about these cars is they are equal parts personality and performance. You got to love some of the names and some of the themes on these cars. The Drag Addict Henry J. of Tom Peters on the left-hand side. Paired up with Waldo's Revenger. The 48 Anglia from Monticello, Indiana. Monticello, Illinois. He's had a couple of wild wheels-up launches in the Anglia right-hand side. Keep your eyes on him. And he does it once more. Waldo's Revenger, nice wheels-up launch, but it might not be enough to get the win against the Drag Addict. The Drag Addict hooked on the speed, goes a 1079, 120 miles per hour for Tom Peters. And David Walters, a 1199 with a 9, just cracks into the 11-second area. John Swick in the 37 Chevy Coupe, left-hand side. Paired up with Rick Bowman, the Grit. Willys in the right-hand side from Indianapolis, Indiana. BJ Vanksness radio check. Vinny DeVore coming up on the left-hand side. The Russo and Santo Willys sedan. In the left-hand side, a car that won. So Vinny DeVore, the Russo and Santo C-Gas Willys sedan, a car that won the C-Gas class at the U.S. Nationals in Indianapolis in 1967 and 1968, was also the first C-Gas to ever run in the tens. A piece of history to left-hand side as driven by Vinny DeVore to left-hand lane, paired up with the Irish Thunder Chevrolet Nova wagon of Ryan Hanlon. The Route 3 Films sponsored entry from St. Louis, Missouri in the right-hand side. Ryan Hanlon in the right-hand lane, Vinny DeVore in the left lane. Eight doors and a pair of hatches, a lot of metal racing on the track right now. Win light, very close race goes to Ryan Hanlon. The Irish Thunder Nova wagon storms to the victory over Vinny DeVore. Nostalgia Superstock Inc. Nostalgia Superstock Inc. We are looking for you. Nostalgia Superstock Inc. To the lanes, please. Lane 7 and 8. Lane 7 and 8. Nostalgia Superstock Inc. To staging lanes 7 and 8. This is Steve Malmstrom from Gibraltar, Michigan in the left lane. The 66 Rambler American, the lone Rambler in competition this weekend. He's on the left-hand side. from Gibraltar, Michigan, paired up with the Hoosier, the Indiana-based Steve Yoder, and the Novocaine Chevy Nova, right-hand side, blown Chevy. And the Rambler will get there first, going 10:33, 129 miles per hour, 994, 135 on the right-hand side. A pair of very photogenic cars coming up now. We've got Ted Beach, the 37 Chevy, known as Uncle Sam, the Ted's Performance Shop 37 Chevy Coupe on the left-hand side, paired up with the High Life Ford Falcon of Kip Galloway. A nice smoky burnout for Ted Beach in the 37 Chevy Coupe. Ted will need to get it over a little bit. He is outside of the groove following the burnout. I think we had a rain delay 1 or 2 years ago with this event. I want to say 2 years ago. And a trivia contest was how many stars are on Ted Beach's 37 Chevy Coupe. And fittingly enough, it is actually 137 stars in total. Next year, we'll have to figure out the number of stripes. So Ted Beach, the Uncle Sam 37 Chevy, and Kip Galloway, the High Life Falcon. And a great Ford versus Chevy matchup in a race that could go either way. Looks like the High Life has the advantage, but no, Ted Beach will get the win. 969, 141 miles per hour on the left-hand side. Ted Beach gets the win over the High Life Ford Falcon. This is Bill Archer, the Willie Mammoth from Paw Paw, Michigan. He's in the left-hand side of the 41 Willys Coupe with a Hemi under the hood. Paired up at number 429 on the right-hand side. Little Red Hot Willys in the right lane. Well, Red Hot has got some issues in the Willie Mammoth. Well, he's not going to go extinct this time. 990 with the 5, 135 miles per hour for the Willie Mammoth of Bill Archer. Greg Grubel and Brian Blasey. Blasey, the GB Automotive entry on the left-hand side, in a car that was built by his father, Gary Blasey, all the way back in the 1960s, so it is still true to form from how it looked when they built it originally. Brian doing the driving duties today on the left-hand side. He's paired up with Greg Grubel from Port Clinton, Pennsylvania, in a 63.5 Ford Galaxy on the right-hand side that he calls Class Reunion. He had a big wheel stand last night. Can he do it again today? Not bad. Not bad at all for Greg Grubel. But he left a little bit too much at the starting line. Brian Blasey's out front. Brian Blasey's going to go 9:20 with a 137 miles per hour. Greg Grubel, 9:23. 142 is his speed in the right-hand lane. We're looking for the GasserMadness.com Double A Gas Shootout Qualifying. GasserMadness.com Double A Gas Shootout Qualifying to lane number 9. Lane number 9 to the GasserMadness.com Double A Gas Shootout Qualifying. Finn Jensen in the 37 Ford slant back in the left lane from Rockford, Illinois. Paired up with the wagon, the 55 Chevy wagon of Dustin Robertson out of Hannibal, Missouri. The 55 Chevy wagon of Robertson is on a run 998, 133 miles per hour. Finn Jensen goes 1285 at 110 for the driver from the Forest City of Rockford, Illinois. Once again, GasserMadness.com. Double A Gas Shootout to lane number 9, please, for your final qualifying session. The GasserMadness.com Double A Gas Shootout final qualifying session to staging lane number 9, please. This is Brandon Beach in a 58 Chevy that he calls Daddy's Thing. One of a number of Beaches racing here this weekend. And I believe they're going to bring out a few more cars tomorrow, different cars for Muscle Car Sunday. That's right. A special edition to the Sunday edition of Glory Days tomorrow. We call it Muscle Car Sunday. We kind of expand the criteria just a touch. We've even got some Nostalgia Pro Stocks coming out tomorrow afternoon, featuring the likes of tribute cars to Lee Shepard, Bob Glidden, Bill Grumpy Jenkins. Side for Brandon Beach in the 58 Chevy. This year, Muscle Car Sunday being added to Glory Days Sunday. That's tomorrow. So Chief Starter Jeff Spearling, an accomplished racer in his own right, a Super Comp Division champion. He's the watchful eye of the starting line. Doing a little every day. We spray the track from one end to the other, wall to wall, just about inside the groove area, and maintain the starting line throughout. If you look about the property at Byron Dragway, you'll see all the trash cans. Many of them, hardly a scrap of paper on the ground because we've got so many trash cans, but they all read PJ1 on the barrel. Well, PJ1, that is the traction spray. It comes inside of those drums. So we cut them up and turn them into garbage cans once they've served their purpose of delivering the traction spray. That traction spray costs about $1,200 a drum. So you are effectively looking at the most expensive trash can you will find anywhere. You start looking around and counting up all the PJ1 barrels, and that number adds up in a hurry. But we spare no expense because action is the attraction of Byron Dragway, and to get the action, you need some traction. Chief Starter Jeff Spearling letting the PJ1 activate. and settle, and he gives the signal to Brian Hampton, your head of staging today. Welcome to Doug Hampton, assisting at the Sunoco Race Fuel Plaza. Welcome, Doug. Hey, good to see that Mr. Sunshine is in attendance. Bill Swarm is on attendance on display at the Jim Casales pit area. A second call, second shootout to the lanes, please. Second call, second call. GasserMadness.com. Double A gas shootout cars to the lanes, please, for your final qualifying session. Better Than Nothing. That's the name of Sherman Devaneen's 62 Dodge Dart 330 sedan on the left-hand side from Jerseyville, Illinois. This car has been a race car its whole life, right from the factory. Super stock, Better Than Nothing for Sherman Devaneen in the left-hand lane. He is paired up with the repeat offender of Dennis Scherer in the right lane from Roscoe, Illinois. The repeat offender will get the win. A 10,4,629 miles per hour for Dennis Scherer of Roscoe in the 63.5 Ford Galaxy. 460 cubic inches of Ford motor under the hood, carrying him to the win. Howard Kroll coming up next. The Super Stock 65 Belvedere in the left lane. Ferris Motors, the sponsor. The car on the left-hand side is a perfect replica of the 65 Plymouth, originally driven by Larry Griffith for Ferris Motors. Howard, driving the car, grew up with his dad racing Mopars on the straights and at the tracks, like Whitehall, Illinois, Alton, Illinois, and Madison as well. So Howard Kroll doing the driving duties of the Ferris Motors 65 Plymouth Belvedere to the left-hand side, paired up with Mitch Menino, the Ford Thunderbolt in the right-hand lane from Crown Point, Indiana. Howard Kroll's leaving first. Can he maintain the lead to the quarter mile? No, Mitch Menino, the Thunderbolt. He'll sneak by at the finish line, getting the win in the 64 Ford Fairlane for Mitch Menino. 10:35, 131 miles per hour for Menino. 10:75 at 1:23 for Howard Kroll in the Belvedere left-hand lane. Hard Day's Night, that's the name of John Rosette's Plymouth in the right-hand side. But unlike the Beatles song, he cannot be sleeping like a log because he's racing Flash Gordon in the Coronet left-hand lane. Gordy Long, left-hand lane, the 65 Dodge Coronet with a 440 Max Wedge motor in the left-hand side. Aluminum heads, dual quads. All original steel body with roll-up windows. Weighs in at about 3,720 pounds in the left-hand side. For Flash Gordon, Gordy Long in the left lane of Lake Bluff, Illinois. Paired up with John Rosette, the Hard Day's Night, Plymouth Savoy. Flash Gordon lives up to his name. Gordy Long, great reaction time in the left-hand side. But it looks like John Rosette, the Hard Day's Night, is not taking it easy on his opponent. He'll get the win on the right-hand side. 996, 132 miles per hour for John Rosette in the right-hand lane. So two more pairs of Nostalgia Super Stocks rolling out. And then we go into the final qualifying session of the GasserMadness.com Double A Gas Shootout qualifying. Never Too Late. That's the name of Doug Henderson's '64 Plymouth Savoy with a max wedge under the hood from Columbia, Missouri in the right-hand lane. He is paired up with the Teacher's Pet 2. That is Bob Durling of Mooresville, Indiana, just southwest of Indianapolis. So the Teacher's Pet, a retired teacher on the left-hand side, that's where the name comes from. He's at the left-hand side, but he will not be able to get the win. 10 and 20 at 131, the win light in the right-hand side for Doug Henderson in the Plymouth Savoy from Columbia, Missouri. Dan Keenster coming up now. The 1967 Chevrolet Impala Super Sport at the left-hand side. A retired Air Force veteran, 25 years of service to this great nation. Bought the car the day after he retired from the Air Force. Our salute to you, Dan Keenster in the left-hand side. .427 cubic inches of power for the Impala SS of the Air Force veteran Dan Keenster. Dan's father, Charlie, I understand. Charlie was here at opening day of Byron Dragway in 1964. And he is here today as well. Very cool. Full tilt on the right-hand side. That is Milt Trindell from Waterford, Wisconsin. And full tilt has got it on full tilt right here. Milt Trindell looking for the low ET. He'll go 904, 140 miles per hour for Milt Trindell in the sixth. To conclude this session of Nostalgia Superstock Inc. Racing. And a great run on the left-hand side as well, 975 at 140 in the left lane for Dan Keenster, whose father Charlie was here on opening day. He is here today. And he is an Air Force veteran, Dan Keenster. Bought that Impala the day he retired after 25 years of service to this great nation. Thank you, Dan. Meltdown Drags Association to lane number 10. Meltdown Drags Association to lane number 10. Bruce City Gassers, lanes 11 and 12. Bruce City Gassers, lanes 11 and 12, please. So we'll go on hold here for just a moment. We got a little starting line prep work to do. Track owner BJ Vangsness going to do a starting line drag. Make sure the track is in tip-top shape before we throw some short wheelbase, high horsepower cars at it. That's right, the Gasser Madness set to roll out here in just a moment's time. Meltdown Drags Association to lane number 10. MDA to lane number 10. Brew City Gassers, lanes 11 and 12. Stock class motorcycles and stock cars, you are on standby. Stock class cars and motorcycles, you are on standby. Well, while we are down for just a moment, a reminder, 50-50 raffle is ongoing, and I can only imagine what the pot is getting up to. The ALS Association Greater Chicago Chapter 50-50 raffle is ongoing at the Blue Top Tent, set up at the table right behind the tower. So come on down. Come on down, come one, come all. Make sure you get your 50-50 raffle ticket. I believe they are going to do the drawing at about 6:30 p.m. tonight. Right about the time we get started with all of our pre-race ceremonies. So come one, come all. The ALS Association Greater Chicago Chapter 50-50 raffle drawing. They are selling tickets at this time. Come one, come all. To the Blue Top Tent located right behind the tower. Directly behind the tower. Make sure you get your 50-50 ticket, as they'll be drawing the winner in about 4 hours and 15 minutes approximately. Boy, there's been a crowd all weekend long around the tameless tiger of Arnie the Farmer Beswick. On display, our honorary legend this weekend, Arnie the Farmer Beswick of local Morrison, Illinois. So good to have Arnie the Farmer here. So a little bit of starting line prep from track owner B.J. Vangsness. We're going to the AA gas shootout qualifiers. Lanes 11 and 12. Stock class cars and motorcycles, you are on standby. Stand by. Stock class cars and motorcycles. Hey, some new style Byron Dragway ball caps have just arrived. They are available at the Blacktop Tent, located by the tech booth right by the Sunoco Race Fuel Station. I gotta believe fast. There has never. You are looking to get some Glory Days swag. Well, don't wait till later, because your size, your color, your style may be out of stock. So head down there right away before they sell out. Some new hats, kind of a denim finish, kind of a trucker style. Byron Dragway cap. They are cool. They are sharp. Not sure if they've got any of the flex fit ones left. Those sell very fast. Make sure you stop on down and get all of your merchandise for Glory Days. Well, your number one qualifier coming into this session is in the right-hand side. That is the It's Crazy 51 Ford Anglia of Brian Spots, currently qualified with a 5:29 elapsed time, 114 miles per hour. This is an 8th mile category, the only 8th mile category in competition. They are just so fast with such a short wheelbase and such a high center of gravity that anything beyond the 8th mile, these cars just become topsy-turvy. And we want to keep them shiny side up. So Brian Spots on the right-hand side, Anglia from Polk, Ohio, paired up with the hometown racer. That is the Psycho Pass Anglia. From right here in Byron, Illinois, Rick Thomas in a 48 Ford Anglia in the left-hand lane. Oh, I understand the car in the right-hand lane is for sale, so if you're looking for a little action in your life, that might be your next acquisition. Brian Spots wheeling and dealing that Anglia to the new low ET in AA gas racing today. 5 flat elapsed time, 141 miles per hour without a doubt. Without a doubt, he is the class of the field. He is the car to beat in AA gas competition today. 6:04 at 1:16 for Rick Thomas on the left-hand side, the Byron native. His new low ET of the weekend also. Dennis Nymphius, a new arrival in the Tameless 33 Willys out of South Milan, Wisconsin, the left-hand lane. Paired up with number 3141 on the right-hand side. Chuck Lipka from Eureka, Missouri. Lipka is in the field, but just barely looking to improve. He'll go 681. No improvement for Lipka on the right-hand side. 6 flat at 116 in the left-hand lane for Dennis Nymphius. That'll get him in the field solidly with a 6 flat elapsed time, 116 miles per hour for the Tameless 33 Willys of Dennis Nymphius. Well, get ready for a burnout on the tower side. Skip Hortland has been roasting the tires all weekend so far. Last night especially in the 55 Chevy from Fox Lake, Illinois. Skip Hortland, the steal in time, AA gasser. Byron Dragway, get on your feet and give this driver a warm round of applause. He is a performer. He is here for you, and he is abusing the bearings, roasting the tires, doing everything that his engine builder tells him not to do with it. Skip Hortland putting it all on the line for the crowd at Byron Dragway, and what a crowd it is. Skip Hortland with total reckless abandon in that burnout. To be honest, if we're going to be honest, John Reidenbach on the right-hand side, the 62 Chevrolet Corvette of Kenosha, Wisconsin. He had that Corvette all sorts of sideways on a burnout. So while Hortland may have gone further, Reidenbach was certainly perhaps more reckless. Nevertheless, 2 awesome burnouts between 2 awesome Chevys. The 55 on the left-hand side of Skip Hortland and the 62 Corvette of John Reidenbach in the right-hand lane. An awesome matchup. They both leave with the wheels in the air and at the finish line. Crossing the stripe first, 585 for John Reidenbach. Not going to improve from his run from last night, but still a solid performance for Reidenbach. In a 6:18 elapsed time, 6:38 in the left-hand side. For Skip Hortland, he was 6:18 yesterday. So neither driver improving from their runs from Friday. This is Nick Schervino from Watseka, Illinois, a 55 Chevy. You can hear it labor with that blower, dragging it down with every revolution. So Nick Schervino, the Poison Ivy 55 Chevy Bel Air, had a problem with it last night. We weren't for sure if it was broken for the weekend or not, but apparently he must have scrounged through the parts at the swap meet earlier today and put the Poison Ivy back together. Nick Schervino, solo pass to conclude this session of Gasser Wars Magazine AA Gassers. And a 7:31 time for Schervino. Not his best run of the weekend. Hey, a couple of housekeeping announcements. We've got a silver Ford Ranger. License plate number N40882. Illinois license plate N40882. We want you to pull your truck up. Looks like it's parked in the handicap area by the front gate, but it may not have been put in park. Looks like it is rolled out into the road slightly. So, silver Ford Ranger, Illinois license plate N40882. Please report to your car and please pull it back into the parking stall. Also, a key fob has been turned into the tower. A key fob. If you have lost your key fob, stop upstairs, as we might have the fob you're looking for. Jim Casales of Jim Casales Mobile Truck Repair in the Night Prowler Willys from Kirkland, Illinois. Debuted this car here 1 year ago. He is back for year number 2. Jim Casales will go a 11:98 elapsed time, 110 miles per hour for Jim Casales of Kirkland, Illinois. This is Dean Trowbridge of New Auburn, Wisconsin, of the Brew City Gassers. The 1940 Willys Coupe, 383, blown to the left-hand side, paired up with Neil Brown. Neil Brown from Ringwood, Illinois, 1951 Chevy Fleetline. In the right-hand side, Brown right-hand lane, Trowbridge left-hand side. A pair of Brew City Gassers. Trowbridge is going to get these jump off the starting line, but it looks like Brown may be the quicker and faster of the two. Can he catch him? No, he cannot. Dean Trowbridge uses a starting line advantage to score the win. 11:27, 124 miles per hour for Dean Trowbridge at the left-hand side. In the Willys Coupe, 11:07, 120 for the Fleet line on the right-hand side for Neil Brown. Kelly Berger coming up now. The 51 Plymouth from Kenosha, Wisconsin, a longtime circle track racer. New to the quarter mile racing. Started to build this car in just January of this year. And has been in a mad dash to get it done just in time for glory days. Kelly Berger, right-hand side. Who, as a matter of fact, Kelly Berger has built a number of cars for, you may have heard of them, the Fast and Furious movie franchise. You know, one with Paul Walker and Vin Diesel and The Rock. Can't smell what The Rock is cooking, but we can smell the tires cooking here at Byron Dragway. Pair of great burnouts for Johnny Bucket and Kelly Berger. Bucket in the left-hand side, the Ford Econoline heavy duty in the left lane. Well, Johnny Bucket had the start line advantage, but Kelly Berger's going to pull away quickly. 1073, 121 miles per hour on the right-hand side for Berger. 1273 at 101 for the 61 Ford Econoline of Johnny Bucket. All right, Tommy, can you make sure that all the hood pins are in this Malibu on the right-hand side? Because at about 9:30 last night, the hood blew off this Malibu at about the Christmas tree. And the hood from the all-hacked-up Malibu from South Beloit, Wisconsin to the right-hand lane went flying probably as high as a light tower out here. So these are a pair of factory experimental entries. Joe Jacobson, the all-hacked-up Malibu on the right-hand side, lost his hood yesterday. Looks like they got it duct taped down today. Paired up with Art Beeler, the Sour Grape Chevy 2 on the left-hand side. Both drivers sponsored by Brothers Auto Body in South Beloit, Illinois. The Sour Grape, Art Beeler, all hacked up, Joe Jacobson. All right, the hood has already made it further down the track than it did last night. That's a good sign. Art Beeler's out front. Here comes Joe Jacobson at the stripe. The Sour Grape gets the win. 10-10, 132 miles per hour with a double 0-1 reaction time for Art Beeler, getting the win over Joe Jacobson in that great factory experimental matchup. The blacktop bully, Rich Meyer. And Nathan Stowell from Hillsboro, Wisconsin in a 51 Henry J. A member of the Bearded Brother Racing Team, as well as the Brew City Gassers. And an employee of the Hillsboro Cheese Store. That is Nathan Stowell from Hillsboro, Wisconsin. A big number 301 on the side of the 51 Henry J with the 383 under the hood for Nathan Stowell, right-hand lane. Well, this is a close one between Stowell and Meyer. The blacktop bully's been pushing around his competitors all day today, but it looks like Trowbridge will get the win. Stowell will get the win and tells the blacktop bully to stand down. He stands his ground and gets the win in the Henry J. Mark Davis, the Keen Rat, 55 Chevy, two-door Bel Air, president of the Brew City Gassers on the left-hand side, from Trevor, Wisconsin. Paired up with Eric Essie on the right-hand side, the Madison Classics. 56 Chevrolet Bel Air. So Eric Essie on the right-hand side, the 56 Chevy, paired up with Mark Davis in the 55 King Rat Big Block 55 Chevy. Dry hop for Davis. The backup girls assisting with the Brew City Gassers. Well, I hope that Jeff Spearling's wife doesn't see him with his entourage of backup girls up there. She might be cutting them from our employee list here at Byron Dragway if she sees what goes on at the starting line. Mark Davis and Eric Essie. Stock class motorcycles and stock class cars to lane 1, please. Stock class cars and motorcycles to staging lane number 1. The president of the Brew City Gassers will turn on the wind light. 1032, 129 miles per hour to left-hand side. Eric Essie not far behind. 1046 at 1:25 in the 56 Chevy. And a pair of Chevy 2s. We've got Vince Haywood of Antioch, Illinois. 62 Chevy 2 on the right-hand side. Another driver that comes from the oval track ranks. He is in the left-hand lane. That is Vince Haywood. So a pair of orange Chevy 2s. Haywood left-hand side, the former Roundy Round driver, paired up with Tom Schervino. The Thing is what he calls the 64 Chevy 2 on the right-hand side from Tinley Park, Illinois. Vince Haywood and Tom Schervino, pair of orange Chevy 2s. Well, this one looks all Vince Haywood. He may be a Roundy Round racer, but I tell you what, he is a quick study to the drag racing circuit. And a good run at 11:50, 313 miles per hour. The whole shot win for Vince Haywood over Thomas Schervino, 11:37, 1:8:11 on the right-hand side for Schervino. This is Ed Rovario from Schererville, Indiana. 37 Chevy Coupe. An original California car that raced at the Irwindale Drag Strip by Rocky Childs. Famoso Speed Shop, it says on the side. Ed Rovario from Schererville, Indiana. Paired up with Warren Anderson. He's got his Willys out here this weekend. Normally it's a 55 Chevy, but brought the Willys out to play instead. Blowing supercharged Willys of Warren Anderson. Ed Rivario, perhaps his best run of the weekend, 10:69.121 for the 37 Chevy Coupe. Originally from California, Ed Rivario. 11:43.121 for Warren Anderson on the left-hand side. Right-hand side, excuse me. His first run of the day today, Tom Allman. The Tough 2 Chevy 2 from Tonka, Illinois. Left-hand side. Out of the U.S. Speed Center, had his career best low ET yesterday in the Chevy 2 left-hand side. Paired up with Anthony Zampato, the Bone Shaker A-gas car on the right-hand side. So the 41 Willys Coupe of Tommy Zampito and Tom Allman. Allman's out front. Had a 10:08 record time yesterday. He will not match it today. 10:12.132. Great run nonetheless for Tom Allman in the Tough 2 Chevy 2. But a 10:15 gets the win on the right-hand side for Anthony Zampato. And guess what? Zampato, the whole shot win. He was the slower car, but got the win off the starting line. In the Joker Pontiac, the Joker's got a problem. He pulls it outside the groove at about the 330-foot mark. Looks like it's got a lean to it even. But Greg Stelsey from Greg's Speed Shop, out of Waupaca, Wisconsin, immediately notices a problem. He is a veteran race car driver, and he knows full well that when something's wrong, you pull it outside the groove and bring it to a stop as quickly and safely as possible. And that's what Greg Stelsey did. So Greg Stelsey from Greg's Speed Shop has got a problem. Brings it outside the groove after the burnout. That was a hellacious burnout, and that might have just done the motor in. I'm not sure. Haven't got a report in the tower yet. We'll find out soon. Meanwhile, the scare lane. 55 Ford Fairlane of Jeffrey Jacobson. Well, he's back from his burnout, and we'll await his turn at the quarter mile. And it looks like they're just going to push back the Joker Pontiac of Greg Stelsey. Well, race fans, trying his best to put on a show for you. Sounds like he's got a knock in the motor, so he perhaps has grenaded the engine in the Joker. But if you would, please, maybe for moral support, a little round of applause to thank him for giving it his all. Unfortunately, might have been just a little too much. So a nice round of applause for the Greg's Speed Shop team. You can't miss them in the pits. They got the big stacker with the toter home all wrapped. It's got his face on the side of it. Well, just when Jeffrey Jacobson thought he was going to get an easy solo run, not to be. Ronnie Green, the Possum Chaser 48 Crosley wagon. pulls into the water box, and he is the next contender for Jeff Jacobson. Well, a slightly more subdued burnout this time for Jeff Jacobson. His second burnout in the last 5 minutes. So I'm sure the oil's hot. I'm sure the tires are clean. For the scare lane, 55 Ford Fairlane in the left-hand lane. And Ronnie Green of Janesville, Wisconsin in the right-hand side. A pair of Brew City Gassers. The first time you see them today. Uh-oh, the door's open on the scare lane. And he's got his hands full, wheeling and dealing. He might have been trying to close the door as he's going down the track. I'm not quite sure. 894 for Jeff Jacobson with the left door hanging open. 918 at 146 for the Possum Chaser of Ronnie Green in the right-hand side. And Ronnie Green comes away the winner right-hand side, crossing the finish line first. Motorcycles, be ready to go. Motorcycles, suit up. I don't see the, where's the entourage, Mr. Belize? They must have got their fill last night. Well, you know what? They all had their cameras out, so I guess they're going to rewatch the footage over and over and over again on loop. Motorcycles set to come out next. Skip Hortland and John Reidenbach. Chief starter Jeff Spearling recognizes that the door is open on Skip Hortland's car. After recognizing that problem with Jeff Jacobson a moment ago, no need to have a repeat offense. Skip Hortland stealing time. John Reidenbach in the Corvette, right-hand side. .947 for the 55 Chevy and .940 in the right-hand lane. 148 miles per hour for the Corvette of John Reidenbach. So stock class cars, staging lane 1, please. Stock class cars, staging lane number 1, Hot Rod. Hot Rod cars to lane number 2, please. Hot Rod class cars to staging lane number 2. We're looking for Hot Rod class cars to staging lane number 2. This is Al Police on the left-hand side of Rockford, Illinois. The Harley-Davidson Sportster. paired up with Doug Klott, the Harley K model pair of riders, both from Rockford, Illinois, and Al Belize will pull away. He will be the winner. 13:11, 100 miles per hour. That is his best run, I do believe, of the weekend for Al Belize. 18:61, 70 miles per hour even for Doug Klott in the right-hand lane. This is Henry Rhodes in a beautiful 64 Pontiac GTO. I think Ronnie the Daytonas had a song about a little GTO. Really go, go, go. For Manhattan, Illinois, he goes a 15:51, 87 miles per hour for Henry Rhodes in the left-hand side. And 15:59, 89 miles per hour in the right-hand side for Jim Dillon in the 62 model Chevrolet Corvette on the right-hand side. That will bring up Phil Hack of Bloomer, Wisconsin. A beautiful 65 Chevrolet Impala with a big block under the hood. He has owned this Impala left-hand side for 33 years and counting. And he finds himself paired up with number 234 on the right-hand side. That is Jeff Ropel of Addison, Illinois. A 1967 Dodge Coronet. The 383 under the hood, right-hand side. So the Mopar of Jeff Ropel. If you're a Mopar man, you're pulling for the right-hand side. If you are a Chevy man or woman, you're pulling for the Impala of Phil Hack. These are the stock class cars coming out of lane number 1. We're looking for hot rod class cars to lane number 2, please. Hot rod class cars to staging lane number 2. Well, Jeff Ropel will get the jump off the starting line. They're very close in ET. Ropel is your winner. The Mopar, the Dodge Coronet, goes 11:71, 114 miles per hour to get the win on the right-hand side. 11:90 even at 1:13 on the left-hand side for Phil Hack in the Impala. Wow, this one is beautiful. A 65 Pontiac GTO, fit for the museum, but he's got it out here at the racetrack. He is a teacher in social studies. His name is Brad Lathrop of Overland Park, Kansas. All the way from Kansas, welcome to Brad Lathrop. It is a high 12-second street legal car, and he's having a lot of fun with it. And boy, I'm happy he brought it out here to share it with us at Glory Days. Brad Lathrop, the 65 Pontiac GTO on the left-hand side, lights the scoreboard, 12:64, 105 miles per hour on the left-hand side. 16 flat at 82 miles per hour in the right-hand lane for number 143 on the right-hand side. That was Matt McGee in the 63 Pontiac Le Mans. I swear the Pontiacs are overtaking the stock category. More Pontiacs per capita in this class than any other. A special shout out to Alan Matlock. Alan, I've been looking for you all year. We're about to do a wellness check, send something to your house. Fortunately, we see you post on the Facebook group, so we know that you're alive and well, but good to see. From Kegel Harley Davidson, the admin of the Byron Dragway / Rockford Dragway 1964 to present Facebook group, Alan Matlock in the house. Great to have Alan Matlock at Byron Dragway. Ron Johnson of Rockford on the right-hand side. The sprint car with the flathead Ford V8 goes a 14:97 laps time, 88 miles per hour, 13:82, 102 the speed in the left-hand side. For Jim Cochran of Marseilles, Illinois, in a beautiful 55 Ford mainline. That will bring up number 311 on the right-hand side. Left-hand lane. That is James Mealy from Dodge Center, Minnesota. A 66 Chevrolet Chevelle of Malibu, as sponsored by Smokey Moe's Speed Shop and National Fleet Graphics from Dodge Center, Minnesota. James Mealy in the left-hand side. Pairing up at number 263 in the right-hand lane. That is Chuck Turner, the Shade Tree Racing 57 Chevy. In the Chevy, taking a nice leisurely stroll down memory lane. 1370, 99 miles per hour in the left-hand lane for James Mealy in the Malibu, and crossing the finish line at a breakneck 29.74 second elapsed time, 36 miles per hour. I think somebody would be honking at him on River Road. That's not even the speed limit to get to the track. Must be a problem for the Shade Tree Racing 57 Chevy. What a shame. Well, get ready for a burnout to the left-hand side. He normally does a nice long one. The Grand Spalding Dodge Charger of Ron Gassier from South Milwaukee, Wisconsin, in the left-hand side. What did I tell you? A great burnout once more from Ron Gassier. These are the Meltdown Drags Association cars, the MDA. Of course, Meltdown Drags set to return to Byron Dragway August of 2022. Next year, August of 2022, Meltdown Drags makes its triumphant return to Byron Dragway. On the right-hand side, making his first run of the weekend, that is the 20-year-old David Zielsdorf of Schofield, Wisconsin, in a 63 Chevrolet Biscayne with the 427 Mystery motor in, oh yeah, he's jamming the gears. That's right, the young 20-year-old is working it through the gears in the right-hand side. Ron Gassier, he's going to go 1176, 114 miles per hour in the Charger. 1330 and 101 on the right-hand side for the 20-year-old David Zielsdorf, who I now believe is the youngest competitor this weekend. Where are the Welches? Where is Colby? Where is Riley? Where is the Moonbeam Ranchero? He's normally one of the youngest drivers we have in competition. Well, the manual trans Ford Ranchero, but nowhere to be seen. Where are the Welches? Wellness check for the camp of Stacy, Colby, and Riley Welch, if anyone knows their whereabouts. It looks like we got another car, another new arrival. First lap down the track of the weekend, A.J. Zangerli from the Meltdown Drags Association gets the front engine dragster fired up in the stagey lanes, and he will proceed out for his first burnout of the weekend for A.J. Zangerli. And a pair of blowing front-engine dragsters, Robert Neves and A.J. Zangerli. This is the Meltdown Drags Association. Zangerli on the right-hand side from McWanago, Wisconsin, An Engineer with a 1963 Woody Gilmore 144-inch wheelbase. 55 Chrysler powered front engine dragster on the right-hand side. Paired up with Robert Neves, the front engine dragster in the left lane. Well, Neves gets the jump off the starting line. A lot of power from the Chrysler in the right lane. Win line's going to go to Robert Neves. Boy, if AJ had a better reaction time, that one would have been his. 9:31 the elapsed time for AJ Zangreli in the right-hand side. 132 miles per hour. 9:49 at 1:37 on the left-hand side for Robert Neves. He gets the win on the back of a great reaction time. Paging B.J. Vangsness to your radio, please. So we'll wait for the crew from A.J. Zangreli to retrieve his car from the top end of the racetrack. And once the crew makes their way down to pick him up at the shutdown area, we will resume with the Harry Hauler of Paul Zielsdorf, the Willys pickup truck. Paul, is this going to be a big one or a mild one? An itty-bitty burnout, he says. This is not the big one. If you look at the Harry Hauler, it looks like it's got kind of a spackle coat finish to it. That's not a fancy paint job. That's rubber from the tires. And he says he's saving the hides for later on tonight, as he may well be the burnout king tonight. So the Harry Hauler says he's going to keep a little bit in the tank. He's going to save a little bit for tonight. So he has requested we not overhype the Harry Hauler, as he's going to do a little burnout. So the Harry Haulers had a gremlin all weekend, a terrible backfire. They think they've got it fixed. This is a bit of a test run, you might say, for the Harry Hauler. Have they worked the gremlin out of that Willys pickup truck? Only time will tell. How much time? Well, about a minute or so. We'll know for sure. Paired up with Jack Liberto, the Green Hornet. Ford in the right left-hand side. The 27 Ford Coupe of Jack Liberto. So Paul Zielsdorf. Hey, that's another father-son team racing out here this weekend. We documented a few earlier today. Paul's son David ran earlier with the mystery motor Biscayne. So Paul Zielsdorf, right-hand side, hoping they got the backfire remedied in the Harry Hauler. We're going to find out here in just a moment's time. And it looks better. 10:54, 123 miles per hour. That is without a doubt the best run of the weekend for Paul Zielsdorf in the Harry Hauler. 10:87 to 1:19 for Jack Liberto in the Green Hornet. 27 Ford Coupe on the left-hand side, and here come your hot rod class cars. We are now ready in the staging lanes for E-Gas to lane number 3. E-Gas to lane 3, please. D-Gas to lane number 4. D-Gas to staging lane number 4. This is Frederick Kirkoch from Melrose Park, Illinois. A beautiful 1948 GMC pickup truck. Have to love the white wall tires. The lettering on the side. Not sure if he lost a hubcap on the back, but there's one on the front, not in the back. Beautiful GMC pickup of Frederick Kirkoch in the left-hand lane. Paired up with number 47. I believe that is a Lane. Eric Lane, I do believe. In the four-door 56 Chevy, yes, it is Chris Lane. 11:10 elapsed time, 121 miles per hour for the 56 Chevy from Hinckley, Illinois, of Chris Lane. Bob Clothier from Polo, Illinois, coming up in the left-hand lane, a 57 Chevy Bel Air with a 427 under the hood, left-hand side. Paired up with the 59 Chevrolet two-door hardtop Impala of the Dock, Lawrence Clothier from Mount Morris, Illinois, who took a 50-year hiatus from drag racing to pursue a career in the dairy farming industry. He came out of retirement about 3 years ago, and he is hooked. He has got the bug. Kind of like Tom Peters, I think he's a drag addict. So the Dock on the right-hand side paired up with Bob Clothier, an all-Clothier matchup in the 7 Chevy of Bob Clothier is going to be the winner. 1188, 113 miles per hour. 1265 at 108 for the Dock in the Impala. "77 years young for the Dock, took a 50-year hiatus. So that would mean from the age of 24 to 54, or 74, he never raced down a drag strip. I'm an optimistic person, Sedona, but I don't know that at 77 years young, the Dock has another 50-year hiatus in him. He might want to just keep with it this time, Doc, because drag racing is good for you. Coming up now, hot rod entry, Kirk Van Duventhal, right-hand side from Germantown, Wisconsin, a 34 Chevy Coupe with a 331 Chrysler Hemi in the right-hand side. Excuse me, yes, he is on the right-hand side. Paired up with Ron Bruder, the Rattling A, left-hand lane of Rock Falls, Illinois. It is a close matchup between these two. And the win line's going to go to the right-hand side. Kirk Van Duventhal on the right-hand side gets the win, 1340, 103 miles per hour. Ron Bruder, a 1337 at 102 in the left-hand lane. This is Bill Gilson in a 25 Ford Model T from Channahon, Illinois, in the left-hand lane. Finds himself paired up with Dennis Perry of Lucas, Ohio, in the 61 Chevy Bel Air, 1277, 103 in the speed and time for Dennis Perry on the right-hand side, 1304, 97.82 miles per hour for Bill Gilson in the 25 Ford Model T left-hand lane. That'll bring up all the way from Box Elder, South Dakota, Ron Plender. The 1950 Chevy 3100 pickup truck with a 292 inline 6-cylinder in the left-hand side. Ron Plender, 12:02 elapsed time, 106 miles per hour on the left-hand side for the inline six-cylinder. He is the Inliners International C-Gas Sedan record holder, Ron Plender on the left-hand side. Back at Byron Dragway for the second year in a row. Finn Jensen of the Forest City, Rockford, Illinois, 37 Ford, slant back, 388 under the hood. Solo pass for Finn Jensen. Final call, E-Gas, Class Cars. Final call, E-Gas, Class Cars. We are looking for D-Gas, Class Cars. D-Gas, Class Cars. To the lanes, please. Finn Jensen on a solo pass. Going to go a 12:60 elapsed time, 111 miles per hour for Finn Jensen. Byron Bunch of Loves Park, Illinois. 24 years of age, driving the 62 Ford Falcon you see on the left-hand side. His first weekend in competition. And I believe the second youngest competitor this weekend at 24 years of age. He's paired up with Russ Caston from Tomah, Wisconsin. A beautiful, classic-looking hot rod rooster tail 57 Chevy of Russ Caston to the right-hand side. Caston right lane, Bunch left lane. The 24-year-old in the left lane, Byron Bunch, will go 14:46, 91 miles per hour, and 12:31 at 101 for Russ Caston in the right-hand lane. The retired fire chief from Rockford, Illinois, that is Gordy Beach. In the 53 Studebaker, right-hand side, the South Bend Road Oiler, as he calls it. Paired up with the 55 Chevy on the left-hand side, car number 320. That is John C. Clothier. That was the first car he ever owned. He's had it for 44 years. He goes 14:66, 96.96 miles per hour for John C. Clothier. 15:52, 87, the speed on the right-hand side for Gordy Beach. J.R. back in the left-hand lane from Maitland, Florida, doing the driving duties in Chuck Ziedler's 65 Chevrolet El Camino, a El Camino that happened to have won the World of Wheels a couple of years ago. Complete with shag carpet in the interior. Pretty cool car for Mr. A.J. from Florida. 14:88 the elapsed time, 94 miles per hour to left-hand side. And 15:81, 89 miles per hour for Brian Beach in the Plymouth Valiant from McChesney Park. C-Gas, lane 5, please. C-Gas, Class Cars to staging lane number 5. C-Gas, Class Cars, staging lane number 5, please. We'll take B-Gas as well to lanes 6 and 7. B-Gas to lanes 6 and 7, please. We do ask that if you are racing to only choose between either a class or a club. Either a class or a club. Please do not double dip. So we want everyone to have equal track time this weekend. 11:02 on the right-hand side, a 13:36 left lane, 105 miles per hour. for Rich Hartman of Byron, Illinois, in the 55 Chevy, left-hand side. We got a parts call, Actually, it's more of a tool call, looking for a bore scope. A bore scope. If anyone's got a bore scope for the Joker from Greg Speed Shop, Greg Stelzey's Pontiac. If anyone's got a bore scope, he is looking for a bore scope. Sounds like he's going to do some exploratory surgery on the Joker Pontiac and try to get it back out for you tonight. So if anyone's got a bore scope, so Greg Stelzey in search of a bore scope. If anyone has a bore scope, sounds like he's going to do a little exploratory research on the Pontiac and try to get it fixed before the night is through. 1262, 107 miles per hour for entry number 363 of Gerald Bacon. That's Uncle Gerald from Kingston, Illinois. Not my uncle, but Ben's uncle and Wyatt and Ellie Mae and the entire Bacon clan. Bruce Cosman from Marengo, Illinois, the 66 Ford F-100. The farmer in the Glory Days 66 pickup truck in the left-hand side. Paired up with the Cheese City Express. Chuck Zietler of Monroe, Wisconsin, the 55 Chevy Bel Air on the right-hand side from Monroe, Wisconsin. And the farmer is going to plow his way to the win, 1288, 103 miles per hour for the pickup truck from Marengo. A new arrival just today. This is Victor Brown from New Lenox, Illinois. A 55 Chevy 210 in the left-hand side. Paired up with number 97, right-hand lane. That is Dave Adams, the 41 Willys pickup truck from from Brooklyn Center, Minnesota. And the pickup truck gets the win, 1291, 105 the speed for Dave Adams. 1348.99 the speed to the left-hand side for number 383, Victor Brown. That will bring up Mr. 56, Eddie Hawkins, the 56 Chevy in the left-hand side from Aurora, Illinois. Driving a car that he has owned, coincidentally, for 56 years this year. Time capsule car was covered in a multi-page spread in Gasser Wars magazine, left-hand side. He's paired up with Dave Dexter, the 55 Chevy on the right-hand side from Gilman, Illinois. Dexter in the right lane, Hawkins in the left-hand lane. Close race. Dexter is the winner. 1190, 150 miles per hour on a 55 Chevy. 1277 at 101 for Mr. 56, Eddie Hawkins. B-Gas, lane 6 and 7. B-Gas, lane 6 and 7. A-Gas, lanes 8 and 9. A-Gas, lanes 8 and 9. Super Stock Class Cars. Super Stock Class Cars, lanes 10 and 11. Super Stock Class Cars, lanes 10 and 11. B-Gas, lane 6 and 7. B-Gas, lane 6 and 7. A-Gas, lanes 8 and 9. A-Gas, lanes 8 and 9. Super Stock Class Cars, lanes 10 and 11. Super Stock Class Cars, lanes 10 and 11. Factory Experimental, lane number 12. Factory Experimental Class Cars, lane number 12. Dragsters and Altereds, you are on high alert. Dragsters and Altereds, you are on high alert. That is the coolest golf cart from the Hanlons out of St. Louis with the Route 3 films. They got the coolest little golf cart. It's about as wide the seat is as a conventional golf cart, but fits inside of a trailer much, much nicer. So Tony McDonald in the 37 Dodge pickup truck, a pickup that completed the 2019 tour of Hot Rod Drag Week. Turns on the wind light, 1160, 115 miles per hour on the right-hand side. Speaking of Hot Rod Drag Week, coming here on Thursday, September 16th. Mark your calendar, take the day off work, call in sick, whatever you got to do, just make sure you are here on Thursday, September 16th for the prestigious Hot Rod Drag Week. What is Drag Week, you ask? Well, I'm happy you asked. 4 racetracks in 5 days, 1,000 miles approximately the round trip, as drivers not only race the car at each track during Drag Week, but they also drive the race car itself. That's right. No trailer queens at Hot Rod Drag Week. They will drive the car from track to track to track, trying to run their best time at every single track. An ultimate test of durability and performance and planning for the driver. All the spare parts that they tow in a tiny little trailer behind them or chalk inside the trunk. And it comes here to Byron Dragway on Thursday, September 16th. It starts early, gets done early, usually runs till about 2 or 3 p.m. maybe. Because you got to remember, they got to pack those cars up, put it in street mode, and take it to the next track. You will want to be here for that. Hot Rod Drag Week comes to the Playground of Power on Thursday, September 16th. Be there. Super Stock Class Cars to lanes 10 and 11. Super Stock Class Cars to lanes 10 and 11. And the call now goes out for Dragsters and Altereds. Dragsters and Altereds to lanes 5 and 6, please. Dragsters and Altereds to stage lanes 5 and 6, please. Attention, Greg Stelsey, we may have a borescope for you. We may have one for you. I believe Doug Cruz is going to check in with you here in a moment or two. So to the camp of Greg Stelsey, we may well have a borescope that will do what you need. Well, I hope Rod knows that the hatch is not latched on the Jeepster on the left-hand side from Freeport, Illinois. If you like the souvenir shirts, well, here's the man that made them. He screen-printed each and every shirt with his bare hands. A one-man shop, Rod's Shop from Freeport, Illinois. The left-hand side. That's right, we keep our business local and we keep it with the racers. Support those who support the sport. Rod's Shop, Jeepster, the left-hand side. 10:73 and 1:22. for the Famoso. Speed Chop enter right-hand side, 17:56.47 for Rod Chop. So we are taking Super Stock Class cars to the lanes, please. Lanes 10 and 11, Super Stock Class cars, lanes 10 and 11. Final call for C Gas in lane 5. Final call for B Gas, lane 6 and 7. A Gas, lanes 8 and 9, please. A Gas cars, lanes 8 and 9. Super Stock, lanes 10 and 11. Factory Experimental, Alex Case, lane 12. He's standing on the car. What is he doing? Alex Case is standing on the car. One can only imagine. Tony McDonald in a 37 Dodge truck. $11.68, $1.19 in the right-hand side. Stels. It is Greg Stels. Got a reprogram here, Sedona. I've been saying Stelsy for years. You know, I used to have an email address up. I think I took it down. But it used to be heyannouncer@ByronDragway.com for people to send in the corrections. So I do my best, but your best isn't usually good enough. So if we've been butchering your name all weekend, make sure you come to the tower and set us straight. Let us know if we are butchering your name. We want to make sure that we do you justice. Dale Carnegie wrote a book, How to Win Friends and Influence People, and he said that there's no sweeter sound in the English language than the sound of your own name. And if we don't say it right, then that's an insult. So let us know if we're not saying your name, if we're not pronunciating it correctly. That's on us. You will recall we put out bonus points for drivers with good penmanship, and I have to compliment the racers at Glory Day. Won some of the best penmanship we have ever seen on entry cards. Preston Nelson coming up on the left-hand side from Mescal, Nebraska, in a 59 Anglia. We have just been delivered a copy of Arnie the Farmer Beswick, the book, as written by Dean Fate. Documents the history of Arnie the Farmer Beswick and all the different cars he raced. Mr. B's Passionate Ponchos, the Mystery Tornado, the Tameless Tiger, 1075, 121 miles per hour in the left-hand lane for Preston. All right, that's another one to file into the edits and amendments column in next week's paper. Clothier. We will reprogram and make that correction. So if we've said Clothier wrong, and there's 4 of them racing, we've really done that wrong many times. Brian Graylick from Harvard, Illinois. Beautiful, with the capital B, beautiful 55 Chevy on the left-hand side for the Farmer. Paired up with Whitey Hirsch, that short wheelbase Anglia in the right-hand lane out of Crystal Lake, Illinois. Crystal Lake. Camp Crystal Lake, isn't that where what's-his-name did his Friday the 13th Sedona? Even that's not that vintage. Whitey Hirsch and Brian Graylick coming up now. Graylick on the left-hand side. The 55 Chevy. Whitey Hirsch, a crane operator. And win light's going to go to Whitey Hirsch on a hole shot. The 962 on the right-hand side beats the quicker 956. This race was decided on the starting line. Whitey Hirsch. Two drivers. They were members of the Who Are Those Guys Racing Club. And Hirsch, the winner of the two. Ken Poole of Polo, Illinois. The 66 Ford Fairlane GT in the right-hand side. Paired up with number 198. Eric Stefanelli in the 66 Plymouth Valiant. The Valiant will go 1240, 110 miles per hour, 1053 at 126. In the right-hand lane for Ken Poole in the Ford. Sedona, I see you thumbing through the pages of the Arnie the Farmer Beswick book, a great biography that tells the whole story. And you can pick up a copy of it, and guess what? He'll even autograph it for you. Stop on over and see Arnie the Farmer Beswick, the honorary legend of Glory Days, on display over on the west side of the drag strip. Here's a very cool piece of history in the left-hand lane. That is Lee Bardo of Rock Falls, Illinois. Lee was here on opening day, and so was his car. They were not a combination package deal at the time yet. But Lee Bardo on the left-hand side, he himself was here on opening day, and so was that 57 Chevy he just raced down the track to a 1368. And I'm talking about opening day of 1964 when Byron Dragway cut the ribbon and became the latest, greatest drag strip on the circuit back in July of 64. Lee Bardo, great to have him in the house. The stories he can tell. In fact, he told some of those stories on the Byron Dragway podcast a little over 1 year ago, and it is a great interview. This is Tom Perrin in the 62 Chevrolet Biscayne with, you guessed it, a 409 under the hood. This is a factory 409 car with a dual quad from the factory. So very, very cool car on the left-hand side. For Tom Perro goes 1176, 111 miles per hour left-hand side. And Richard Foster on the right-hand side of Cary, Illinois in the 67 Chevrolet Nova goes a 1316, 113 miles per hour on the right-hand side. A thorough track inspection, a couple of drips underneath the car after he rounded the corner. So track owner B.J. Vangsness at about the 1,000-foot mark, and Chief Starter Jeff Spearling at the starting line, making sure that the track is in tip-top shape before the next pair is set to go. So a quick track check after a little haze of smoke from the previous car. Attention in the pits. Attention to the Greg Stelz cap from Greg's Speed Shop. I know you're looking for a scope to check out the internals of that motor, but our chief starter happened to have just found the head of a valve on the track, so unfortunately that might be yours. Probably still looking for the boroscope anyway to check things out, but someone is down a valve head, as found by Chief Starter Jeff Spearling. Hey, we're paging Ryan Hanlon. Ryan Hanlon to the tower, please. Paging Ryan Hanlon to the tower, please. Well, that's Bud Murray and the 68 front engine dragster. They just got this thing together. They're doing a little feeling it out still and still have some feeling out to do for the front engine dragster from Vassar, Michigan, Bud Murray. Just getting oriented with this new dragster. All right, it looks like Bud Murray has cleared the top end. He is clear of the shutdown area, and we are ready to resume. Looks like we got the parts chaser, Davin Rickow, the YouTube star from Red Line Rebuilds, pairing up with Tom Kowal Jr. Kowal set a personal best low ET just last night in the 62 Dragmaster Dart front engine dragster coming up in the left-hand side. And a pair of front engine dragsters, both from Michigan. Tom Kowal Jr., as mentioned yesterday, had his personal best ET under the lights at Byron Dragway. Broke into the 8-second barrier. He's in the 62 Dragmaster Dart in the left-hand lane, paired up with Davin Rickow, who actually builds these cars for a living. I believe it's called the Chassis Barn in Michigan. Calls his dragster the Parts Chaser. Actually broke something on it yesterday, early in the day, and chased down and found the parts he needed to get it back together. The Haggerty Insurance sponsored Red Line Rebuilds front engine dragster of Davin Rickow on the right-hand side. Rickow gets the jump off the starting line, but they're going to be wheel to wheel. And Rickow may begin to pull away. Yes, he does. The Parts Chaser goes in 8:71 elapsed time, 152 miles per hour in the right-hand lane. The laundry is flying in both sides of the track, both drivers popping their parachutes. Tom Kowal Jr. doing a wide left turn to take it off the top end of the racetrack. 9:10 elapsed time for Tom Kowal Jr., 10th of a second off his personal best yesterday. 8:71 and 152 for Davin Rickow in the right-hand lane. The Henri Buzzard from Montgomery, Illinois. This is Kevin Kraus in the 57 front engine dragster. He is a retired test pilot a retired test pilot. You know what that means. That means he drives the, or flew the air experimental stuff. Maybe the untested, maybe the unproven. So the fearless Kevin Krause of Montgomery, Illinois. The Henri Buzzard in the left-hand lane. Paired up with Tim Risen, the special agent. The 1930 Ford Model A in the right-hand side. And the test pilot, Kevin Krause, an impressive 9:23 elapsed time, 136 miles per hour. What a run for the Henri Buzzard. And the special agent, a 10:75 elapsed time at 1:22 in the right-hand lane for Tim Risen. Some interesting occupations, Sedona. Test pilots, special agents. We're looking for Nostalgia Gassers and Great Lakes Gassers. Nostalgia Gassers and Great Lakes Gassers. To the lanes, please. Nostalgia Gassers and Great Lakes Gassers. To the lanes, please. Royce Belcher in the left-hand side. The Warbird Thunderbird altered in the left-hand lane. Out of Stevens Point, Wisconsin. Fantastic run for Brett. He will go a 10:49, 117 miles per hour, 11:31, 124 for Graham Chance in the Time Warp 23 Ford Altered from Kingsville, Missouri. We are looking for Nostalgia Gassers and Great Lakes Gassers. Nostalgia Gassers and Great Lakes Gassers to the lanes, please. Nostalgia Gassers and Great Lakes Gassers to the lanes, please. Nostalgia Gassers and Great Lakes Gassers to the staging lanes, please. The 2021 NHRA Hot Rod Reunion Champion is in the left-hand side. Wild Bill Fustine in the Illinois Outlaw. The Topolino from Waukegan, Illinois. Left-hand side paired up with Clinton Champlain and the Furniture Dragster from Stillman Valley, Illinois. At the finish line, win light to Clinton Champlain. He'll go 8:42, 156 miles per hour. We called it earlier today. That would have been a great match race, and guess what? They paired up this time, and it was a great match race indeed. 8:50 the elapsed time at 1:53 in the left-hand side for Wild Bill Fustine. 8:42 at 1:56. I do believe the top speed of the weekend on the right-hand side for Clinton Champlain of Stillman Valley, Illinois. So we are looking for Nostalgia Gassers and Great Lakes Gassers. Nostalgia Gassers and Great Lakes Gassers to the staging lanes, please. Is Alex Case in the Red Ram ready to go? Don't know what kind of open heart surgery he was performing to the Red Ram earlier, but he was standing on the fender trying to retrieve something from the engine bay. The street legal blown Red Ram. A factory experimental entry there in lane number 12. I'll have to get an update from the souvenir stand, but it looks like things are getting to become slim pickings. We may need to get a report from the souvenir stand what is left, but if you are in need of Glory Days souvenirs, do not dilly-dally, do not waste any time, because once they're gone, they are gone. Make sure you get your Glory Days souvenirs. Variety of colors, variety of sizes. Make sure you get down there before everything's gone. Some new Byron Dragway hats as well. So come on, get your souvenirs at the Black Top Tent located behind the Byron Dragway Tower, kind of by the Sunoco Race Fuel Station. And make sure you pick up your Glory Days souvenirs while supplies last. Also, do not forget to get your 50/50 raffle tickets The ALS Association Greater Chicago Chapter selling 50/50 raffle tickets at the Blue Top Tent directly behind the tower across the street from the Sunoco Race Fuel Station. Make sure you get your 50/50 tickets benefiting the ALS Association Greater Chicagoland Chapter. The 50/50 raffle drawing set to be drawn in about 2.5 hours at about 6:30 p.m. this evening. It looks like a lone front engine dragster set to come out before we go into the Nostalgia Gassers and Great Lakes Gassers for their second run of the afternoon today. Hey, on behalf of the entire crew here at Byron Dragway, a special thank you to each and every one of the race fans into the stands, as well as all the racers in the pits and in the staging lanes. Two simple words that cannot be said enough. Thank you, thank you, thank you for being here at this, the third Glory Days Vintage Drag Race Car Show and Swap Meet. And it has been a blockbuster day at Byron Dragway today. One certainly to remember. So we thank you so much for being here, and we assure you there is a lot to come still tonight. Of course, we've got a backup in Pinup Girl contest going on later on tonight. Before the night show, make sure, ladies, you wear your best. A $200 cash prize to the winner, $100 runner-up prize in the Backup Girl and Pinup Girl contest coming up this evening. We have the VFW, Veterans of Foreign Wars, post number 97 from Oregon, Illinois, coming out later on tonight to present our nation's colors before the national anthem is played later on this evening. A lot in store. In some ways, it feels as though the day is just beginning. Close to 5.5 hours of action left here at Byron Dragway for Glory Days Saturday night. Just 84 years young comes Stan Johnson from Brookfield, Wisconsin, to the left-hand side. The 68 front-engine dragster. on a solo pass. The entire Johnson family out here in support of Stan. Pontiac power for this front engine dragster. 11:42 the elapsed time, 142 miles per hour for Stan Johnson of Brookfield, Wisconsin. Great run for Stan, I believe his best of the weekend. Great to have the Johnsons in attendance. And with that, we are ready for the Nostalgia Gassers and Great Lakes Gassers coming out next. Stand by Nostalgia Superstock Inc. Stand by Nostalgia Superstock Inc. Stand by Nostalgia Superstock Inc. We will be calling you soon. Well, looks like the hood was not totally popped on Steve Bacon's Willys. They've got that fixed. He is now ready. The innocent rascal of Steve Bacon on the left-hand side, paired up with Dustin Robertson in the 55 Chevy wagon from Hannibal, Missouri in the right-hand lane. Sedona, I cannot get over the weather conditions this weekend. Absolute Chamber of Commerce weather at Byron Dragway. A gentle breeze out of the north right now, carrying that burnout smoke down track. As these are the Nostalgia Gassers and Great Lakes Gassers, a little intermingled here. Bacon, the innocent rascal, one of 3 Bacons in competition this weekend. I may have said a few last names wrong this week in Sedona, but Bacon is one that I can assure you I am saying that one correctly. So Kevin Bacon, I've got his first name wrong now. Kevin Robertson on the right-hand side. And Steve Bacon in the left-hand lane. Beautiful wheels up launch for Steve Bacon in the Willys. The innocent rascal trying to catch him. He will not get there. Dustin Robertson is your winner on the right-hand side. The 55 Chevy wagon turns a 10:10 elapsed time, 133 miles per hour for Dustin Robertson on the right-hand side. 10:33 at 122. At 124 for Steve Bacon. Well, that was Steve Bacon. Here comes Ben Bacon, the Tub and Squirt Anglia from Kingston, Illinois, paired up with the drag addict Tom Peters and the Kaiser Henry J. Boy, I hope Ben Bacon brought an extra set of slicks because he has burned them down with each and every burnout this weekend. I just hope there's enough rubber on the tread for the night show. Ben Bacon in the Anglia, left-hand side, under the watchful eye of his wife, Michelle, backing him up from an incredible burnout. Awaiting him at the starting line is Tom Peters, the drag addict, Kaiser Henry J. A special welcome to Chuck Reeves. Chuck Reeves, good to see you at Glory Days. Special welcome to Chuck Reeves. Thank you for being here. So Ben Bacon and Tom Peters staging up. Tub and Squirt versus Drag Addict. Tub and Squirt, big launch. He's outside of the groove. He tries to point it back down the middle again. Can the Anglia get there? Yes, he can. 10:53, 121 miles per hour for Ben Bacon, getting the win in the Tub and Squirt Anglia. Left-hand lane, 10:73 at 1:21 on the right-hand side for the drag addict of Tom Herron. John Swick from Dayton, Indiana. Left-hand lane, the 37 Chevy Coupe. The N&O Boys Garage and Speed Shop entry from Dayton, Indiana. Paired up at number 3 on the right-hand side, the Class Reunion. 51 Chevy two-door sedan of Greg Grubel from Port Clinton, Pennsylvania. Watch the Class Reunion on the right-hand side. He's had some very impressive wheel stands all weekend. And another smooth wheel stand for Greg Grubel. And the driver from the Keystone State, he's going to go 9:28, 141 miles per hour for Greg Grubel, right-hand lane. Your winner in the right-hand side. The American Rambler on the left-hand side, the lone Rambler of the weekend. Steve Malmstrom, left-hand lane from Gibraltar, Michigan. Paired up with the Red Hot entry, right-hand side, the Red Hot Willie. Red Hot is just that, red hot. 10:10 laps time, 133 miles per hour in the right-hand lane. Ford versus Chevy matchup. That is Kip Galloway, the High Life Ford Falcon, and Brandon Beach in the 58 Chevy that he calls Daddy's Thing to the left-hand side. Hell on wheels. That's what it says on Daddy's Thing. Look at the metal flake in both of these cars. Well, a good thing the sun is out just as it is today, especially at that angle. You can really admire the paint jobs on these two cars. The High Life of Kip Galloway and Brandon Beach, 58 Chevy. A lot of 55s, a lot of 56s, and quite a few 57s, but that's the only 58 Chevy to my knowledge here this weekend. 10:05 for Brandon Beach, 132 miles per hour, 9:74, 1:38 for Kip Galloway in the High Life Falcon. Nostalgia Super Stock Inc. to the lanes, please. Attention, Nostalgia Super Stock Inc. to the staging lanes, please. Nostalgia Super Stock Inc. to the staging lanes, please. Attention to the pits. Nostalgia Super Stock Inc. to the staging lanes, please. Vinny DeFore coming up. The Russo and Santo C Gas 4-door 1941 Willys sedan at the left-hand side. A car that won the C Gas Championship at Indy in 1967 as well as 1968. In fact, the first C Gasser in history to turn a 10-second elapsed time. A real piece of history, the Russo and Santo 41 Willys sedan as driven by Vinny DeFore in the left-hand lane. Paired up with the Irish Thunder Nova wagon of Ryan Hanlon from St. Louis, Missouri. The Route 3 film-sponsored wagon on the right-hand side will get the win. 10:56, 126 miles per hour for Hanlon on the Route 3 film-sponsored Irish Thunder wagon to the right-hand side, getting the win over Vinny DeVour in the Russo and Santo Willie sedan. This is the Willie Mammoth. Bill Archer, the driver in the Willys left-hand side. Paired up with Steve Yoder, the Nova Cane. Chevrolet Nova on the right-hand side, blown. Chevy. A round body and a square body, squaring up. And the Nostalgia Super Stocks are making their way to the lanes. .993 in the right-hand side, 135 miles per hour for Steve Yoder. 1178 at 106 for Bill Archer in the Willys. Brian Blasey coming up in a gasser that was built by his father, Gary Blasey, all the way back in 1968. Paired up with Ted Beach, the 37 Chevy in the right. The Uncle Sam's Ted's Performance Shop 37 Chevy. 137 stars in total adorn the side, top, and front of Beach's Chevy. Brian Blasey trying to wheel it back into the groove. That gasser's given a lot of trouble this weekend, and it is wicked fast. 921 for Blasey to the left-hand side, 935 for Ted Beach in the right-hand lane, 141 miles per hour for the Uncle Sam 37 Chevy Coupe. Paging Don Moyer. Don Moyer to the tower, please. Paging Don Moyer to the tower, please. This is Kevin Bunch of McChesney Park, Illinois. The 32 Bantam altered to the left-hand lane on a solo pass. Alexander Case of Belvedere in the red Ram Hemi. Straight legal entry. Drove it here today. He'll drive it home tonight, barring any catastrophic parts failures. GasserMadness.com AA gas shootout qualifying. High alert. High alert. AA gas shootout cars. You are on high alert. We're going to call you in just a moment's time. Meltdown Drags Cars MDA. Meltdown Drags Association, lane number 10. Meltdown Drags Association, staging lane at number 10, please. We're going to call the GasserMadness.com AA gas shootout qualifying round. Final qualifying to lane number 9. AA gas shootout final qualifying round to staging lane number 9, please. We'll take Meltdown Drags to lane at number 10. Brew City Gassers, lanes 11 and 12. This is Sherman Devanine from Jerseyville, Illinois, the better than nothing. 62 Dodge Dart to the left-hand side, paired up with Howard Kroll, the 65 Belvedere, with the Ferris Motors sponsorship on the right-hand side. And Kroll will leave first. It'll be close at the stripe. One light's going to go to Howard Kroll, right-hand lane, 1109, 118 miles per hour. To the 1080 at 124 for the better-than-nothing entry of Sherman Devaney. What a burnout from Mitch Bonino, the Ford Thunderbolt, the Galaxy 500 in the right-hand lane. Or the Fairlane 500, I should say, excuse me. So Mitch Bonino on the Ford right-hand side, the Thunderbolt, paired up with the repeat offender of Dennis Shearer in the 63.5 Ford Galaxy. And this one could be anyone's drag race. Looks like Bonino and the Thunderbolt's going to pull away, and at the finish line, Mitch Bonino is your win. 10:36, 130 miles per hour on the right-hand side for Mitch Bonino. This is Gordy Long, or Flash Gordon as they call him, from Long's Garage in Lake Bluff, Illinois. A 65 Dodge Coronet with a 440 wedge motor on the left-hand side. Paired up with the Teacher's Pet 2. In the right-hand lane, Bob Durling of Mooresville, Indiana. The 63 Plymouth Sport Fury in the right lane. Second call, AA gas to the lanes, please. Wind light, left-hand side, 10:11 elapsed time, 132 miles per hour for Gordy Long. Flash Gordon gets the win over Bob Durling in that pair. John Rousset, the Hard Day's Night, 63 Plymouth Savoy in the right-hand lane. Paired up with the Never Too Late, Doug Henderson from Columbia, Missouri. '64 Plymouth Savoy, powered by a Max Wedge engine topped with a factory Max Wedge intake. An original dual 375 S. Carter AFB carburetors. The car on the left-hand side was originally a slant 6, rescued from a pasture in 1995 and turned into a super stocker that you see today. 10:18 at 131 for Doug Henderson in the number 2 late entry, and 10:05 at 131 for John Rosette in the Hard Day's Night Max Wedge Plymouth Savoy. Once again, we are looking for the double A gas shootout qualifying cars to lane number 9, please. Double A gas shootout qualifying to lane at number 9, please. Milt Trendell, the full tilt 65 Dodge Coronet is just that. He is on full tilt. 907, 148 miles per hour, the low ET of the session for nostalgia super stock action. Now we've got some double A gas shootout qualifying reporting to lane at number 9 at this time. The GasserBadness.com double A gas shootout cars. Muscle Car Sunday. Lee Shepard, Bill Grumpy Jenkins, the list goes on. Be here tomorrow. Muscle Car Sunday, just 15 glory days, and the Muscle Car Sunday show going on here tomorrow afternoon. An abbreviated day. Racing starts at about 10 a.m., wrapping up around 3 or 4 p.m. usually. And that's all taking place here tomorrow. But still tonight, get on the phone, call your friends, send them a picture, tell them, hey, you're missing out. Be at Byron Dragway tonight. Glory Days, Saturday night. This is the GasserMadness.com AA Gas Shootout Final Qualifying Session. Brian Spots is your number one qualifier on the left-hand side at a 5 flat with a 6. 141 miles per hour. The number 2 qualifier is on the right-hand side from Mentor, Ohio. So Brian Spots and Jeremy Bonnet At the starting line, Byron to the right-hand side, the Hart Automotive AA Gasser on the right-hand side. Brian Spots has got his hands full, but he'll get it down the track. The skilled and talented Brian Spots wheels it down. 5:21 with a 9. 139 miles per hour on the left-hand side. 5:28. I believe that is the best run of the weekend for Jeremy Bennett. Jeremy Bonnet and Don Moyer from Mentor, Ohio, the 33 Willys AA Gasser, an original car built in 1968 in the Cleveland, Ohio area from Hart Automotive. How cool to see that car turn its best time of the weekend in this session. And that'll bring up a local entry. The hometown driver from Byron, Illinois, coming up on the left-hand side, that is Rick Thomas, the Psychopath. 48 Ford Anglia in the left-hand lane. Dennis Nymphius is a new arrival this weekend, but he shot right up to the number 4 spot in qualifying earlier today from South Milan, Wisconsin. The 33 Willys that he calls Tameless. A beautiful car on the right-hand side. As owned by Pat Goder and driven by Dennis Nymphius. And Rick Thomas from just across the river in Byron, Illinois. The one they call the Psychopath. And Dennis in the 33 Willys, he'll go 5:99, 116 miles per hour in the right-hand lane. And a 6:57 at 109 for Rick Thomas in the Anglia. And now, Chuck Lipka from Eureka, Missouri. The 1941 Willys at the left-hand side. Oldsmobile power under the hood. For Chuck Lipka in the left-hand lane. Finds himself barely in the 8-car field. He is the bump spot at a 6:63. For Chuck Lipka, paired up with John Reidenbach. The 62 Chevrolet Corvette in the right-hand side. Boy, the Corvette is fishtailing it on the burnout. John Reidenbach blistering the tires once more in the Chevrolet Corvette in this final qualifying session for the AA Gas Shootout Eliminator. Set to happen here later on this evening. So Chuck Lipka, the Marcella, Chuck, and Sophie sponsored entry in the left-hand lane. A 41 Willys Coupe with an Oldsmobile power plant in the left-hand lane. John Reidenbach, right-hand side, the 62 Chevrolet Corvette. Well, tell him, Byron. Dragway, how do you like it? Brian Gralak in the Steel in Time 55 Chevy burning it down to the left-hand side. And an impressive burnout from the Harry Hauler Willys pickup truck of Paul Zilsdorf in the right-hand side. Boy, that tailwind has gone away, and that smoke is just lingering over the strip. 1320 Ron Lake Way. Gralak backing it up. The Steel in Time 55 Chevy and Paul Zilsdorf. This final qualifying session looks like one car remains back there. The Poison Ivy 55 Chevy of Cervino. The final qualifying session for the GasserMadness.com Double A Gas Shootout. Zilsdorf, lots of problems earlier in the weekend. A terrible backfire, but they have seemed to have remedied the problem. They have ridded that Willys pickup of the gremlin that it carried all weekend. What can he do? Can he race his way into the field? Can he be 663 or better? That is the bump spot. Well, he's outside of the groove. That's not going to help, and he will have to shut it down early. But no problem in the left-hand side. 613, the best run of the weekend for Skip Hortland to the left-hand side. And a mighty wheel stand to go with it for Skip Hortland in the Steel in Time 55 Chevy in the left-hand lane. And Nick Cervino from Watseka, Illinois. The iron worker wheeling the 55 Chevy Bel Air on the right-hand side. Poison Ivy, as it's called. Lots of metal flake in the green paint job, orange windows. One cool hot rod of Nick Cervino, your final entry in the Double A Gas Shootout. Currently, Cervino is on the outside looking in. 663, that's the bump spot. 705 is the best time yet for Nick Cervino. He needs to pick up just about half a second to make the show. Will he qualify? No, he will not. 707, 97 miles per hour, and Nick Cervino will miss the field in the GasserMadness.com Double A Gas Shootout. Attention in the pits, Ryan Hanlon. Ryan Hanlon, if you are available, stop upstairs to the tower, please. Ryan Hanlon to the tower, please. These are the racers from the Meltdown Drags Association, A.J. Zangerly and Robert Neves. Coming up now, Robert Neves to the left-hand side. A new arrival today. That is a 57 model front-engine dragster from Grafton, Wisconsin. He is a horse farmer by trade. And perhaps he calls the motor in front of him the ranch, because I'm sure he's got a lot of horses crammed into that motor. Supercharged straight ahead of him. Paired up with A.J. Zangerly. Another new arrival today from Mukwonago, Wisconsin. A.J. Zangerly, the engineer with the 1963 Woody Gilmore front engine dragster. Well, A.J.'s going to leave first, but will it be enough? He begins to pull away. Yes, A.J. Zangerly is your winner. 942, 126 miles per hour. 995 at 132. In the left-hand side for Robert Neves. It's a little combination, a little mixture of the Meltdown Drags Association and the Brew City Gassers. That was the doc, Lawrence Clothier. I was corrected on that one earlier. I've been making him a little too French. I was calling him Clothier, and I've been told today it's Clothier. So Clothier, Lawrence Clothier, the doc, and Ryan Hanlon from Route 3 Films. And it's probably about like pairing up with Bill Grumpy Jenkins back at the 59 driver. The doc was going on the track, and he looked over, and sure enough, he's got a cigar hanging out of his mouth, kind of reminiscent of, well, maybe like Ed Iskandarian or Bill Grumpy Jenkins. By the way, did you see that Iskey became a centurion, just turned 100 years old about 2 weeks ago? So if he's tuned in and watching on Byron Dragway TV, happy 100th birthday to Ed Iskandarian. Happy belated birthday to Ed Iskandarian. Balding Dodge Charger from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, to the left-hand lane. He's going to motor his way to the win, 1182, 114 miles per hour for Gassier. And David Zielsdorf, a 13:45 elapsed time at 107.85 miles per hour for the Mystery Motor 63 Chevrolet Biscayne from Schofield, Wisconsin. Stock class cars and motorcycles to lane 1, please. Stock class cars and motorcycles to staging lane number 1, please. We are looking for stock class cars and motorcycles to staging lane number 1, please. The Harry Hauler of Paul Zielsdorf. Of Kansasville, Wisconsin. Talented fabricator is Jack Loberto. His son, Steve, out here this weekend supporting him. The Green Hornet of the right-hand lane. $10.89 for Loberto on the right-hand side. He comes away the winner, 118 miles per hour. Paul Zielsdorf snoozing at the starting line at 10:62, 122 miles per hour in the left-hand lane. For Zielsdorf. Here come the Brew City Gassers. Stock class cars and motorcycles to lane number 1, please. Stock class cars and motorcycles to staging lane number 1, please. We're looking for stock class cars and motorcycles to staging lane number 1. The factory experimental Sour Grape Chevy 2 of Art Beeler on a solo run. Usually he's paired up with Joe Jacobson, the all-hacked-up Chevelle. Looks like he's in the back of the lanes there, so not sure what happened to his pair. Maybe Tom Allman. Was Tom Allman the one he was supposed to pair up with, perhaps? We'll have to send the pit reporter to find out. So Art Beeler, the Sour Grape, in the left-hand lane. Well, sounds like it was a blown fuse for the Top 2 Chevy 2 of Tom Allman. That'll give a solo pass to Art Beeler in the Sour Grape. Sour Grape, wow, nothing sour. Great run for the Chevy 2 of Art Beeler. Again, stock class cars and motorcycles to lane number 1, please. 1, please. Get through all of the class racing at least once more. Hopefully once more before the night show. So we're going to try to get through all the classes, and then we'll probably kick things off either with the clubs or the dragsters in altereds to open the night show later on this evening. But before we go into our 6 o'clock intermission, we are trying to run all of our class cars. So trying to get all the class cars down the track at least one more time before the intermission. Trying to get all the class cars down the track one more time before intermission. Neil Brown in the left-hand lane and Dean Trowbridge in the right-hand side. Trowbridge in the Willys Coupe from New Orleans. Side 11-13 at 120 for Neil Brown. We go from a fleet line to an econo line. The Teak Holland. What I'm trying to figure out what there's. It's like it's missing. Sedona. He tried to trick me. Johnny Bucket coming up. The Tiki Knights Racing Ford econo line, heavy duty in the left-hand side. Paired up with side. Yes, it is. Kelly Berger from Kenosha, Wisconsin. The 51 Plymouth Cambridge. Long-time circle track racer, new to the quarter-mile sport of NHRA drag racing in the right-hand lane. Started to build this car in January. Short period of time for Kelly Berger on the right-hand side. Well, Johnny Bucket, his car number is 5. Take off because he was snoozing at the line. Kelly Berger gets the win on the right-hand side at 10-70 with the 723 miles per hour in the right-hand lane. 13 flat at 101 for Johnny Bucket in the econo line. Dowell and Rich Meyer. Meyer driving the black top. He was undefeated for the weekend up and until the previous session. So the black top bully has been dethroned of his undefeated streak so far this weekend. Can he recapture the magic he had earlier? To be determined. Right now, Nathan Stowell on the left-hand side. The 51 Kaiser Henry J. He is a member of the Bearded Brother Racing Team as well as the Brew City Gassers. Nathan Stowell of Hillsboro, Wisconsin. He's in the left-hand lane. Rich Meyer on the right-hand side. These are the Brew. Win light's going to go to Nathan Stowell. Gets to jump off the starting line, gets the win, 111 miles per hour against Rich Meyer, who was 11:49 at 1:13. Mark Davis of Trevor, Wisconsin, the president of the Brew City Gasser. The two-door Bel Air, the right-hand lane. Paired up with Eric Essie of Madison Classics in Madison, Wisconsin, in a beautiful 56 Chevy Bel Air. The 56 gets and the wind light as well. 1046, 124 miles per hour for Greg Essie. In 1182 at 82 miles per hour, just 82 out of the throttle at the finish line for Mark Davis. Joe Jacobson, the all hacked up Chevrolet Malibu, left-hand side from South Beloit, Illinois. Paired up with Anthony Zampetto, the Bone Shaker, in the right-hand lane. So the Bone Shaker 41 Willys Coupe of Tony Zampetto, a new arrival just today. Made it here just in time for the first session earlier this morning in the right-hand lane. Zampetto, the Bone Shaker. He will turn on the wind light. 10:02, 137 is the speed for the Willys Coupe from Chicago. 10:14, 132 for Joe Jacobson in the all hacked up Malibu from South Beloit. Vince Haywood and Tom Schervino. Jack's Block Room, the Brindley's Bullet, Chevy 2 right-hand side for Haywood Racing. Vince Haywood, right-hand lane. Paired up with Tom Schervino, the Thing. That's what's on the side of that 64. Chevy 2 left-hand lane from Tinley Park, Illinois. Tom Schervino. I tell you what, the Thing is souping it up each and more every time. Nice wheels up launch. A little bit of a sachet at about the 200-foot mark. He gets it planted down the center of the track, and he is veering hard right. Not sure what that one was about at the finish line. So the right lane car looking for the left lane car, trying to give the right of way, and for some odd reason, Schervino was almost drafting Haywood in the shutdown area. Not sure what that one was about. Illinois' finest, Chad Stewart and Tom Alleman. Alleman in the tough 2 Chevy 2 right-hand side. Chad Stewart, the 57 Chevy. They are neighbors in Tonka, Illinois. 10:02 for Alleman on the right-hand side. 12:15 for Chad Stewart in the left-hand lane. Joe Jacobson, the Ford Scare Lane. 55 Ford Fairlane, left-hand side. Possum Chaser Crosley Station Wagon in the right. And these are the last 2 of the Brew City Gassers. Then it comes time for vintage motorcycles. Looks like the entourage is growing once more for Al Bullies. After 5 o'clock, the crowd shows up to cheer on their driver. Pair of riders from Rockford going to lead the way here for the stock category here in just a moment's time. Ronnie Green, Joe Jacobson, final pair of Bruce. Well, the door is popped open once more on Jacobson's car, and he is swerving down there as though he's trying to close the door. 149 miles per hour for Joe Jacobson. They don't call it the scare lane for nothing. 907 at 145 in the right lane, scare lane for nothing. 907 at 145 in the right lane for Ronnie Green, and the scare lane had us holding our breath. And he gets the win. Looks like we've got a license run for Phil Morris. The Gasser Wars magazine altered after a pair of bikes, and then the Gasser Wars magazine altered. Al Belize in the left-hand side of Rockford, Illinois. On the Harley-Davidson Sportster, paired up with Doug Klott. The Harley K model from Rockford as well. 1881, 68 miles per hour for Doug Klott. 1312 at 101 for Al Belize in the left-hand side. We will take our Hot Rod Class Cars. Hot Rod Class Cars to lane number 2. Hot Rod Class Cars to staging lane number 2, please. Hot Rod Class Cars to staging lane number 2. Beautiful 60. Out of Addison, Illinois. What a mint condition. Dodge Coronet this is. Left-hand side. 383 under the hood for Jeff Ropel. Paired up with the flathead Ford V8 of Ron Johnson. An actual sprint car from the 1940s and 50s. Street legal. He drove it here today. And you might pass him on the way back home on River Road later on tonight. Ron Johnson in the right hand. $15.08 for Johnson, 11.6 net. Brad Lathrop in a gorgeous 65 Pontiac GTO, the 12-second street legal car from Overland Park, Kansas. Made a good hike to be here. Thank you for making the trip. Brad Lathrop in the GTO, left-hand side. And at the finish line, the GTO is going to get the win over the Pontiac Le Mans. Lathrop going to go a 12.66 laps time, 105 miles per hour. And Matt McGee, the 63 Pontiac Le Mans from Janesville, Wisconsin, 12.92, 107, the laps time and speed for Matt McGee. Hot Rod Class Cars to lane number 2, please. Hot Rod Class Cars to staging lane number 2, please. Phil Morris of Gasser Wars Magazine, doing some NHRA competition license runs in his altered. For so many years, Phil was standing behind the car as his beloved wife Dee would race it. Sadly, we lost Dee a few years ago, and Phil from Gasser Wars Magazine taking over the driving duties in her memory. So doing some license runs, Phil Morris, all the way from Snohomish, Washington, a 44-hour drive to be here. 3 days it took him to make the trip, 2,200 miles in total one way for Phil Morris of Gasser Wars Magazine. Hot Rod Class Cars to lane number 2, please. Hot Rod Class Cars to staging lane number 2, please. We will take E-Gas to lane 3 and D-Gas to lane 4. E-Gas lane 3, D-Gas lane 4. Put the call out as well for C-Gas in lane number 5. Well, the car drives out of the groove at about the 800-foot mark or so. He'll shut it down early, coasting through to just a 993, 97 miles per hour for Phil Morris of Gasser Wars Magazine in the supercharged blown altered.
All right, we got a parts call. Parts call. We need 2 AA batteries and a 9-volt battery. 2 AA batteries and a 9-volt battery. If you have those laying around, they are needed. 2 AAs and a 9-volt battery. Thank you. All right, this is Hot Rod on the line right now, number 37. Ron Bruder of Rock Falls, Illinois, is in the tower lane and way, way out in front by a long ways there. And that was against Frederick of Melrose Park, Illinois, in a 48 GMC pickup. All right, coming up next. .25T from Shannon, Illinois, Bill Gilson, who is age 66. With the neat-looking ride, flames, and a small block Chevrolet. And the old rat rod in the other lane. Tony McDonald in a 1937 Dodge. He completed the 2019 Hot Rod Drag Week with this. He is self-employed, 46 years of age, of Strum, Wisconsin. Okay, parts call, 2 AA batteries and a 9-volt battery. Okay, $12.72 for the 37, and the 25 goes through at a $13.25. So 2 AA batteries and a 9-volt battery. If you have that, they have those items available, please come to the tower. Dennis Perry of Lucas, Ohio. Yes. Coming up now to the 1961 Chevrolet Bel Air, 61 Bel Air with a 409. The old giddy-up motor. And Chris Lang of Hinckley, Illinois, in a 1956 Chevrolet 210. All right, we got the AA batteries. Now we need the 9-volt. 9-volt battery is our next request. We found the AAs. Need a 9-volt battery. You know, the little small ones that used to work the transistor radios. All right, the 56 way out in front. Hot Rod class, 1110, tower lane. The 409 goes through at 1336. Oh, we got the 9-volt. Awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We got our batteries. Thank you. What are we? Gordy Beach in the tower lane in a 1953 Studebaker, 259 cubic inch Studebaker V8 power. Gordy is the retired fire chief. from Rockford, Illinois. And Bruce Kosman of Marengo, Illinois, in the far lane in a 66 Ford F100. He is 75. Gordy is 71.
C gas to lane at number 5, seat please. C gas to stage lane at number 5 at this time. 1173, 115 miles per hour for entry number 66 in the left-hand lane. Why, that was Dave Dexter of Gilman, Illinois. Great run in the 55 Chevy for Dave Dexter. The Rod's Shop Jeepster of Rodney Kness in the right-hand side from Freeport, Illinois. The man who silk screened and made all of the event souvenirs for Glory Days. He's on the right-hand side. Paired up at number 211. That is Robert Capel in a 53 Chevy Bel Air, part of the Who Are Those Guys Drag Racing Club out of Algonquin, Illinois. So Robert Capel and Rodney Kness headed down the quarter mile. We're looking for B gas. B gas, lane 6 and 7. B gas. B gas cars to lane 6 and 7. Looking for C gas in lane 5. B gas, lane 6 and 7, please. C gas to lane at number 5. B gas to lane 6 and 7. A gas to lanes 8 and 9. A gas class cars, station lanes 8 and 9, please. We'll take Super Stock Class Cars to lanes 10 and 11. Super Stock Class Cars, lanes 10 and 11, please. C Gas to lane 5. B Gas to lane 6 and 7. A Gas to staging lanes 8 and 9. A Gas Class Cars, lanes 8 and 9, please. Victor Brown of New Lenox, Illinois, the 55 Chevy in the right-hand side. Paired up with, I believe that is Uncle Gerald in entry number 363. From Kingston, Illinois, 1288-107, the time for Uncle Gerald Bacon to the left-hand side of Kingston. In a 53 Chevy Bel Air, 1356-100, the speed in right lane for Victor Brown of New Lenox. So again, we are looking for C gas lane 5, B gas lane 6 and 7, A gas lanes 8 and 9, A gas lanes 8 and 9, and we'll take Super Stock Class Cars to lanes 10 and 11. Super Stock Class Cars to lanes 10 and 11, please. We are looking for B Gas, lane 6 and 7, C Gas in lane number 5, B Gas, lane 6 and 7, A Gas Class Cars, lanes 8 and 9, Super Stock Class Cars, lanes 10 and 11, Super Stock Class Cars, lanes 10 and 11, please. Well, while we hold tight for a few more gassers to make their way to the lanes, the Class Gassers making their way to the lanes. A reminder, we are 1 hour away, just about 1 hour away from the raffle drawing for the ALS Association Greater Chicago Chapter raffle, 50-50 raffle to be drawn at 6:30. Hey, welcome to Bill Boreski. Good to see Bill Boreski out here enjoying the action. Welcome, Bill. But the ALS 50-50 raffle drawing. Buy your tickets now, located at the blue tent right behind the Byron Dragway Tower. Right behind the tower, get your 50-50 raffle ticket, as they will be drawing the winner in about 1 hour's time. Make sure you get your 50-50 ticket, benefiting the ALS Association Greater Chicago Chapter. Chris Lane in the 4-door 56 Chevy, left-hand side from Hinckley, Illinois. And Preston Nelson of Nebraska in the Anglia right-hand side, the Anglia wagon. And this one is shaping up to be a very, very good race. Could go either way at the finish line. Looks like Nelson might get there first. Yes, he will. Preston Nelson, 1077, 122 miles per hour on the right-hand side. Driving around Chris Lane before the finish line. 11:08, 121 for Chris Lane. He had a great reaction time, but could not get there in time. As Preston Nelson and the Anglia wagon will get the win on the right-hand side. Class call for dragsters and altereds to lanes 5 and 6. Class call for dragsters and altereds to lanes 5 and 6, please. We're looking for dragsters and altereds to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Ben Bacon, the Tub and Squirt Anglia left-hand lane from Kingston, Illinois. Hard launch for Bacon. And he's going to get the win in the left-hand side. 10:42, 123 miles per hour for Ben Bacon in the left-hand lane. Your winner in the left-hand side. The Who Are Those Guys Drag Racing Club, Brian Gradlack and Whitey Hirsch. I don't know that I've seen Whitey Hirsch in the left lane all weekend. So a little change of scenery for Whitey Hirsch in the left-hand side in the Anglia at the finish line. Win light to Brian Gradlack, the farmer. Reaping the rewards of the seeds he has sowed. A 9:45, 141 miles per hour for Gradlack at the right-hand side. 9:59 for the crane operator, Whitey Hirsch. Lee Bardo, a driver and a car that were here on opening day at Byron Dragway in July of 1964. In the left-hand side, that 57 Chevy, and the driver were both here on opening day. So a quick track check of the right lane quarter-mile area before we advance into the Super Stock class cars. Then we've got some front engine dragsters and altereds before we go into an intermission, which will lead into the night show here a little bit later on this evening. And this is the last class before the intermission. Before the intermission, it leads up to the night show. Jamison Griffin, gosh, he was one of the first probably half-dozen racers here this weekend. You knew he was chomping at the bit for Glory Days. The anticipation was just eating him alive. So he got here bright and early on Thursday. Jamison Griffin of Michigan in the left-hand side, paired up with Royce Breckler on the right-hand side. The Warbird Thunderbird in the right-hand lane and altered on the right-hand side from Stevens Point, Wisconsin. $9.50 to left-hand side, $137 for Jamison Griffin, your winner to left-hand side over Royce Breckler on the right-hand side, $10.02 at $129 in the Thunderbird right-hand side. Here comes Time Warp. Graham Chance of Kingsville, Missouri in the 23 Ford Altered in the left-hand side, paired up with Buddy Webb. Hey, we got a parts call for some automatic transmission fluid. Some ATF automatic transmission fluid for Dexron 6 transmission fluid. Coming to the bottom of the tower, if you happen to have some automatic transmission fluid, I'm sure somebody out there has a bottle of automatic transmission fluid, Dexron 6. Please see the gentleman at the base of the tower. So Graham Chance, the 23 Ford Altered from Kingsville, Missouri, and Buddy Webb, another Missouri-based racers, both from the Show Me State. All right, guys, show me what you can do.
Front wheels hanging out in the air. Nothing but daylight under that dragster. He goes 899. 148 miles an hour and airing it out all the way. That was pretty cool. I wonder, Bill, did you get a shot of that? Did you get a good picture of that one? All right. Fantastic. Oh, I love the front engine dragsters. They are neat. They are fast. They are fun. And you'll never catch me behind the wheel of one. Well, I shouldn't say that. I might sit in one if the motor's out and the motor's not running and there's no drive shaft. Well, I know it's not going to go anywhere. Mike Allison of Yorkville, Illinois. And in the far lane, number 3435. I can find that card quick enough. Clinton Champlain. Oh, he's out of the groove. Bring it back. Walk it. Slow down. Lift. I'm trying to get him to be safe. Champlain, 836, 929 on a wild ride. Do me a favor, clean out stall 1. He's going to be visiting stall 1 here shortly. Alan, you're in charge. Go by the restroom and make sure nobody's in stall 1. That guy's going straight to the restroom after that run. Unless it's too late. It could be too late for him. All right. Wild Willie coming up now. 1948 Fiat, capable of running in the 8-second bracket. David Recco.
The Illinois Outlaw, the 2021 Holly NHRA Hot Rod Reunion. In the left-hand side, that is Wild Willie, Wild Bill Fustine. Left-hand side from Algonquin, Illinois. Paired up with Davin Rickow, the YouTube star. The Red Line Rebuilds YouTube channel, the Parts Chaser. And he's a car builder as well, off and running. And it looks like Super Bill, Wild Bill, the Illinois Outlaw is your winner. The Tavolino gets the win. 840, 953 miles per hour on the left-hand side. 873 at 151 on the right-hand side for the Parts Chaser. Davin Rickow from Michigan. And this looks to be the final pair of cars before our intermission. Robert Needs to the left-hand side, a new arrival, just got here today. And a very fast supercharged front-engine dragster to the left-hand side. 57 model front-engine dragster paired up with Kevin Bunch. Kevin Bunch of Loves Park, Illinois. The Magic 8-Ball 32 Banamulter to the right-hand side. His son Byron looking on. I'm going to guess maybe he must have been named after Byron Dragway. Wouldn't you say? It sounds good. So the final pair of alters before we go on intermission. Robert Neves is going to be the hands-down winner. That's right, 980, 932 miles per hour for Neves in the left-hand side. Kevin Bunch, 1220, 112 miles per hour for the Bunch crew. And that is a wrap for the afternoon session. We're going to go on intermission. Great time to get out, stretch your legs, maybe grab a cheeseburger. Not sure what's left for souvenirs, but swing on down and see Robin and Ray and crew at the souvenir stand. Make sure you stop on down and see Phil the Gasser Wars display magazine area. And make sure you get out and see all of the cars on the property here today and take photos of all of your favorites. Lots of racing still to come tonight, all the class racing. We've got Nostalgia Gassers. We've got Great Lakes Gassers. We've got the GasserMadness.com Double A Gas Shootout still coming up later on tonight. Nostalgia Superstock Inc., Meltdown Drags Association, and the Brew City Gassers. And much, much more. We've got stock class cars and motorcycles, hot rods, all the EDCB&A gassers. Lots of racing still to come yet tonight before we go on our intermission at this time.
You still need the transmission fluid? All right, hold it to the window so I know what I'm saying. Turn it. All right, we need some automatic transmission fluid, Dextron 6, right? 2 quarts of transmission fluid, Dextron 6. If you got 2 quarts of transmission fluid, the gentleman with the bandana is at the bottom of the tower. He looks friendly. He probably has cash. All right, so we're moving on to our break right now, the required break for our staff members and also for the event because we're going to move into the night show. The night show will be beginning soon. There's still lots to do, so don't leave. And in a few minutes, we are having the backup pinup girls contest for the ladies that dress up for the backup cars. So the pinup girls, backup ladies that go through all the efforts of spending their money on the clothes and the hair and the makeup and everything else for the 50s and 60s era appearance. They're wearing their best. Sponsored by Casales Mobile Truck Repair, will begin in about 10 minutes or less. So ladies, you'll be summoned to come up near the starting line. We'll get down there with the wireless mic. Our judges will be in place soon. And we will kick off with, during our break, the pinup girls, backup girls contest. We also have the color guard that is going to be here tonight around between 6:30 and 7 performing for our anthem before we kick off the night show. Ladies that are in the contest do not have to register. You just have to show up. Same with the judges. The judges have already been there. What are you? You're not in the contest. You waving your hands. I know that young lady there. That young lady is. We know that. All right. But you, BJ, he can't be BJ. There's only one BJ allowed on the property. No, you're gonna have to change your name just for the day. So we'll be kicking off the and Bill, you have your camera ready. You're going to be helping photograph this as well. So the ladies will be called to the line in about 3 or 4 or 5 more minutes. The ladies will be called up in just a few minutes for the backup girls. We need all the backup girls. You just show up out by the line there. And as far as the backup pinup type girls that are dressed up, we'll have you out by the starting line in a few minutes. Some are changing clothes and getting ready. All right, Camden. All right, here's the deal. Hold on a second. The ALS. ALS is a very terrible disease. I have had a couple of friends that have it. Is bad, and I want to thank the ALS Foundation, the group out of Chicago and area, all of Northern Illinois, putting together a fundraiser to help cure with ALS. If you know anything about ALS, it's Lou Gehrig's disease. There's not a cure. There's not a thing for it. There's nothing to help, and it's a bad, bad thing. If you know anybody that's had it, you understand. So they're doing a fundraiser, a 50-50 drawing. We're going to give the money away tonight. Right now. And so the ALS Foundation has done a fantastic, great job raising money. So here's the deal. Right now, they're right down by the bottom tower selling tickets. Tickets are going to go off sale soon. Right now, to win is $950. I'm going to throw the extra $50 in because I want to see a $1,000 winner. So if you want a chance of winning $1,000 tonight, $1,000 by the back of the tower is the ALS Foundation is going to close off ticket sales soon. They're taking ticket sales still right now. If you swing by the back of the bottom of the tower, you can buy some tickets for the drawing. Young lady won last night. I think it was about, $400 or $500? $500, yeah. So a lot larger crowd today, and $1,000. $1,000. The backup pinup girls, you will be on the starting line in a matter of minutes. So you can start making your way up to the starting line. You can start making your way up there. We're going to get you out there. So all the backup girls, don't be shy. And the pinup girls, swing on up. The judges are making their way as well. So we're going to be out there shortly. So we need the backup girls and the pinup girls out by the line. And I know there's several of them I've seen drive around in the golf carts. The two ladies that saved my parking spot with the Kubota, they looked pretty good as backup girls. So I hope they show up as well because I'm not a judge, but they would be good candidates. So we need all the ladies that are involved to swing on up. And thanks to Casales Mobile Truck Repair, $200 going to the winner. He already gave me the money. $100 for runner-up and $50 for third place. You're gonna, you know what you're gonna have to do? You're gonna have to raise your prices as much money as you're but you're a great guy, Jimmy. I really appreciate everything that you do. So we need all the ladies. We got the judges are coming. This young man, is he a judge or is he just making sure the judges are in line? All right. So we need all the ladies for the backup girl pinup contest out to the starting line. I know there's a bunch more. Oh, there's a bunch more. I know there's a bunch more. So backup girls. I know the Brew City Gassers. Get your ladies over here. You have several of them. There was like 8 of them hanging around my starter in there. So we need the Brew City Gasser girls to the starting line. There was a bunch of them. And I know there's other ones with the A-Gassers. Where's the A-Gas ladies? The A-Gas ladies, we need you up the line. All right, here comes another one of the ladies. Right now we've got, there's already prizes paid out. There's got to be more. I mean, there's got to be more. There was a bunch. There's 2 on the golf cart. Where they go? The Brew City Gasser ladies should be up here. The A-Gas ladies should be up here. You don't have to do anything. You can just show up. It's how you dressed, your appearance, and everything else. There's some in the stands as well. So swing on out, ladies. Swing on out. Free cash going out. Bring them on up. All right, we're gonna start. We're gonna start pretty soon. So we need the pinup girls, the backup girls, to swing on out. You put all this effort into dressing up, looking sharp, being sharp.
probably march up this way. And then, yep, and then we'll spin around in the blue where the stars are facing the flag. Yep. Good. Sound good to you?
Yep. All right. Okay.
Unless
I'll
we
get ready to
stay
make sure
on this side on the asphalt, that's pretty sticky over
Yeah,
there.
you're staying on this side. No, you won't stand out in the blackened area.
So don't go across into the blue?
Stay in here.
If you stay in this area here is the best way.
Yeah.
It's really sticky up there.
Okay. We'll just march out and then do it about face. That'd be easy.
Yeah. Okay. Here, I'll find out how far he's out.
All right, sounds good. Yep, we'll be facing north.
DJ, if he wants to say something, any Marines in your group?
Yeah, these two.
Okay, the honor guard is arriving on the property. We're still on our break. We're going to be having the honor guard out here shortly with a really cool 21 gun salute along with the national anthem. That'll be all coming up soon. We will kick off our night program. We'll do a little bit of prep on our starting line and kick off our night program. So as we're getting everybody in position, we are planning on probably close to 7 o'clock. Our night program will kick off, and we'll be going into the night under the lights, which is really cool. If you're here last night, you know what it's like, but it's really cool under the lights, watching all the vintage cars, the open wheel cars, the motorcycles, etc. All the groups, the Nostalgia Gassers, Great Lakes Gassers, Nostalgia Superstocks, the AA Gassers, the A-Gas Shootout coming up, Dragsters and Altereds, the Meltdown Group, the Brew City Gassers, and all the classes, E-Glass, D, C, B, A, Superstock, FX, as well as stock motorcycles, hot rod as well. So all those classes will be ran yet. We will keep you updated. Right now, we're on finishing our staff break. We've worked them pretty hard all day yesterday and night and all this morning today. And in the meantime, the souvenir stand is open. The diner is open. And the night show with the Honor Guard will begin not too far away. And again, thanks to all the ladies that participated in the backup pinup girl contest. It was great. Thank you so much for all the ladies for participating and all the fans for understanding and patience. And if you came here today, you got a really neat show. Not a neat show just on the track. It was so cool to go through the swap meet area. It was packed. It was one of the largest swap meets we've had. The car show was phenomenal. I never got a chance to get through them all, but I drove down them a little bit, and it was really a neat car show as well. So a great event by all. And don't forget, Arnie the Farmer Beswick still on display over there. And the Arnie the Farmer Beswick book, the story, a lot about drag racing and Arnie the Farmer, is available over there, and you can get an autographed copy by just asking Arnie. All right, the gentleman that needed the automatic transmission fluid, we've got some in the tower. If you can swing up, the guy that wanted the tranny fluid, come to the tower. All right, the ALS drawing will be coming up shortly. It was at $1,000. It was at $1,000 to the winner. 79 is the winner of $1,277. Thank you so much for all your help with the ALS.
Oh my God.
All right, 043679. We have the winner right here. Who's the winner? Congratulations. That is awesome.
Well, good evening. Welcome all to Byron Dragway for Glory Days, the evening show tonight. We've got an honorary legend, the living legend here today, Arnie the Farmer Beswick, on display over on the west side of the racetrack. And we are going to dedicate tonight in memory of a local legend, not just a local legend here in Ogle County, but all across all of motorsports, a man that we lost earlier in the offseason, Ron Colson. And to say a few words about Ron Colson, a dear friend of his, Chaplain John Tuttle.
Thank you. If you come by the tower down below, you'll see a black 1941 Studebaker. That gave Ron his start. He raced with that Gary Wood in that thing in 1962. It was a Class A dragster. And they set an ET of 11 seconds with 132 miles per hour. It was amazing. That got him started. People noticed him. Pennzoil had sponsored him, and he started driving top fuel dragsters and funny cars for decades. He's best known for the Chi-Town Hustler. In 1974, the funny car team won the IHRA Funny Car World Championship. In 76, Ron drove the Chapman Automotive Chicago Patrol funny car for the Chicago Police. That was a lot of fun. And then after that, he did a lot more driving, and then he finally got hooked up with the Hawaiian. From 75 to 80, he drove the Hawaiian, and then after that, he became very involved in writing and editing and getting out magazines about drag racing and everything else. We're going to miss him. He was a great civic leader. He was on our county board, and he was very involved in our community. God bless you, Ron.
And if you would, please join us for a moment of silence in commemoration of Ron Colson. Please join us in prayer once again with Chaplain John Tuttle.
Father in heaven, we just thank you, Lord, for the opportunity that we have to enjoy this world and have fun. Father, we just ask you to be with each driver and to watch over them and keep them safe, Lord, in their journey here. And we ask you to bless our fellowship with fans and drivers and everybody. We pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Chaplain John. At this moment, we would like to first invite all active military and veterans to please rise. Any active military or veterans in the stands, please rise. Please join us in a round of applause for all those who make sacrifices to give us the freedom that we have to enjoy this great sport. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, if all would please join them in standing. Gentlemen, remove your caps as we will have our honor guard proceed on track. thank you again to the VFW of Oregon Post 97. Thank you for your service. Thank you for coming out tonight for this honor guard. Here is the agenda tonight. We're going to kick things off with some club racing, go into class racing, then go back into some more club action. So all Glory Days racers are going to see some nighttime action tonight, beginning with the Nostalgia Gassers in lanes 3 and 4, Great Lakes Gassers in lanes 5 and 6. To kick off the night show, Nostalgia Gassers lanes 3 and 4, Great Lakes Gassers to lanes 5 and 6. To open the show tonight, Nostalgia Superstock will follow. And we'll have an open run for the AA Gassers, should they choose. We'll have the Meltdown Drags, the Brew City Gassers. Then we're going to go into all of our class racing this evening, including stock cars and motorcycles, Hot Rod Eliminator, A Gas, B Gas, C Gas, D Gas, and E Gas, as well as super stock class racing. Dragsters and Altereds are going to see the track once, maybe twice yet this evening. So lots of racing to go here in Glory Days night. Well, once again, we are looking for Nostalgia Gassers to lanes 3 and 4, Great Lakes Gassers to lanes 5 and 6. And oh yeah, stick around for the finale, a fireworks finale at the conclusion of the night tonight. A big fireworks finale display to end the night tonight. Hey, we've had a key fob. We've got a collection of them now in the tower, a pair of key fobs in the tower. They may well find out just as soon as they go to leave the track at the end of the night, so we might not have them come up here until the show is over, but a pair of key fobs have been turned into the tower, so check your pockets if you are missing a key fob. Chances are we've got it in the tower. Nostalgia Gassers, lanes 3 and 4. Great Lakes Gassers, lanes 5 and 6. The gun shells have been picked up from the starting line. Prep work goes on. We are looking for Nostalgia Gassers to lanes 3 and 4. Great Lakes Gassers, staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Byron, Dragway, this is the Saturday night show for Glory Days, beginning with the Nostalgia Gassers and the Great Lakes Gassers leading the way. The Nostalgia Gassers coming out first. Steve Bacon, the Innocent Rascal. Willie's in the left-hand side from Kingston, Illinois. So it is Steve Bacon versus the Drag Addict, 51 Kaiser Henry J. in the left-hand lane. The driver is Tom Peters of Crescent City, Illinois. A 51 Kaiser Henry J, as I mentioned before. 327 small block Chevy. In the right-hand side for the Drag Addict. In the right-hand lane, Steve Bacon, the Innocent Rascal. It says innocent, but there's a little devil on the side, and that would lead you to believe that it is anything but innocent. Your first pair of Nostalgia Gassers to open the night show at Byron Dragway. A hard wheels-up launch for Bacon and a good launch as well for Tom Peters. Great side-by-side matchup. It appears Bacon's got the lead and he's got the win. 10:37, 124 miles per hour for Steve Bacon and the Willies. 10:75 at 121 for Tom Peters in the right-hand lane in the 51 Kaiser Henry J. And here comes your next pair. That is Steve's son, Ben. Ben Bacon coming up in the Anglia from Kingston, Illinois. Tub and Squirt, that's the name of this one on the left-hand side. That's his wife, Michelle Bacon, backing him up from the long, smoky burnout of the Anglia in the left-hand lane. And the American flag rests pointed straight down to the earth. No wind to be found. And that burnout smoke is just hovering about the starting line in a thick, smoky haze. That might be how some folks remember the 60s, in a thick, smoky haze. Or perhaps they don't remember it at all. That could be the case as well. The Rambler coming up on the right-hand side. Steve Malmstrom. Now that the smoke is cleared, I can see who it is. The 66 Rambler American from Gibraltar, Michigan, Steve Malmstrom. What a hard launch for Bacon. It's outside the groove. He's wheeling it back in. Close race. It looks like the Rambler's got the lead, and he's got the win. The American, Steve Malmstrom, gets the win on the right-hand side over Ben Bacon. The Chevy Coupe on the left-hand side. Entry number 6 paired up with the Red Hot Willies in the right-hand lane. $9.78 for the Chevy on the left-hand side. $10.07 for the Red Hot Willies. 132 miles per hour in the right-hand lane. Well, a legendary sea gasser coming up on the right-hand side. It is Vinny DeFauer of Detroit, Michigan, the Motor City in the right-hand side. The 41 Willys sedan. We'll tell you all about it in just a moment. Great Lakes Gassers in the lanes, please. Great Lakes Gassers should be in the staging lanes, please. Nostalgia Superstock Inc. Nostalgia Superstock Inc. Lanes 7 and 8, please. Nostalgia Superstock Inc. The staging lanes 7 and 8, please. If we've got any AA gas shootout cars who want to do a shakedown run before the night show, if we've got any AA gas shootout cars who want to do a shakedown run before the night show, make your way to lane number 9, please. This is the Irish Thunder Nova wagon of Ryan Hanlon of Route 3 Films. That's his business, an experienced filmmaker telling the stories that inspire, educate for a lot of churches and schools and nonprofit organizations doing great work in the St. Louis area and abroad. So the Irish Thunder Nova wagon of Ryan Hanlon to the left-hand side, Vinita Farr in the legendary 41 Willys. Win light's going to go to Ryan Hanlon. 10:51, 125 miles per hour. A special welcome to Jim Hanlon out here all weekend long. Thank you for being here, Jim. And that'll bring up our next pair. This is Uncle Gerald. Gerald Bacon, the third Bacon of the weekend. Paired up with the Waldo's Revenger Anglia in the left-hand side. Be ready for this one. Big wheels up launch on the right-hand side. And David Walters, the Revenger, gets the win light. 11:92, 109 miles per hour on the right-hand side for David Walters. 12:56 at 103 to the left-hand side for Gerald Bacon in the 53 Chevy. Rick Bowman coming up now. The car they call Grit, the 41 Willys, out of Indianapolis, Indiana, the Circle City. Paired up with another Hoosier, that is Steve Yoder. The Novocaine Chevrolet Nova, supercharged and blown. So a round body, they call him on the left-hand side, and a square body on the right-hand side. Rick Bowman versus Steve Yoder. Attention to the pits, Nostalgia Superstock. Nostalgia Superstock, Inc., we are ready for you. Nostalgia Superstock, Inc., we are ready for you. To the lanes, please. Nostalgia Superstock, Inc. It would appear that Yoder has the edge. Yes, he does. 999 with a 235 miles per hour. For the Novocaine Chevrolet Nova from Indianapolis. Excuse me, he's from northern Indiana. Rather, it is Rick Bowman on the left-hand side. The Willys, 1013 from Indianapolis. 129 miles per hour on the left-hand side. Greg Grubel, the 1951 Chevy two-door sedan on the left-hand side. He calls it Class Reunion. And he's had some hard launches carrying the front tires. Probably halfway to the Christmas tree all weekend long from Port Clinton, Pennsylvania, comes Greg Grubel in the left-hand lane, paired up with Ted Beach. The Uncle Sam Ted's Performance Shop 37 Chevy Coupe in the right-hand lane of Aurora, Illinois. Ted Beach right-hand side, Greg Grubel left-hand lane. Pair of classic Chevys and what should be a monster matchup. A pair of hard launchers. It appears that the right lane left first, but can the left lane reel him in? No, he cannot. Ted's Performance gets the win. Ted Beach, 935, 141 miles per hour in the 37 Chevy. And Greg Grubel's 51 Chevy Class Reunion, just narrowly right behind him, a 9:30 elapsed time for the 51 Chevy. Brian Blasey. And a gasser left-hand side, built by his father, Gary Blasey, all the way back in 1968. Boy, a lot of pressure driving a car with so much family history on the left-hand side. He is paired up with Dustin Robertson, the 55 Chevy wagon from Hannibal, Missouri. Blasey having a handful on the left-hand side. He's got it gathered up, and by the 8th mile, he is straight and narrow. 9:19, 136 miles per hour, straight as an arrow for the last half of the track. And Dustin Robertson goes a 10-20, 133 miles per hour in the right-hand lane for the driver from Hannibal, Missouri. Well, I got a little backstory on the 58 Chevy coming up in the right-hand side. That is a car that was campaigned at Oswego Dragway all the way until the track closed. The previous owner, well, he's the one that called it Daddy's Thing. And why did he call it that? Well, he was a gentleman that had 7 daughters. Mr. Stiles, could you imagine 7 daughters? And he called this one Daddy's Thing. The 58 Chevy on the right-hand side, now owned and driven by Brandon Beach. Paired up with Bill Archer, the Willie Mammoth. In the left-hand side, you can guess it, it's a Willys. And Daddy's Thing, 58 Chevy, he's got the win. And the Willie Mammoth is going to go extinct. 11.74, 130 miles per hour to left-hand side. 10.11, 131 for the 58 Chevy that they call Daddy's Thing. Now we know where the name comes from. Thank you for sharing that with us, Ted. Much appreciated. Nostalgia Superstock Inc. Nostalgia Superstock Inc. You are on deck and ready to come out next. AA gas. AA gas shootout if you want a test run. AA gas shootout cars if you want a test run. Lane number 9, please. Before the night show, if you want an extra run. AA gas shootout cars to lane number 9, please. Brian Graylock, one of the Who Are Those Guys Car Club racers. Whoa, the High Life Kip Galloway. Ford Falcon riding it high, just as the name says. And that might have got his attention a little too much. The Falcon coming down violently, making a move towards the center line. He'll shut it down early, coasting through a mere 64 miles per hour through the quarter mile. No problems for Brian Graylock, though. The farmer from Harvard, he's going to go a 9.52 laps time. 140 miles per hour for the beautiful 55 Chevy of Brian Graylock. Now the High Life, with that kind of a name, you know that he's got something up his sleeve. He's had it toned down all week, and it caught me by surprise, and it looks like it caught him by surprise as well. Kip Galloway on a wild ride in the High Life Ford Falcon. Meltdown Drags, lane number 10. Meltdown Drags Association, staging lane number 10, please. Looking for Meltdown Drags Association to staging lane number 10. Brew City Gassers to lanes 11 and 12. Brew City Gassers to staging lanes 11 and 12. How about that? A flyover on Glory Days. Take your look over the tower. Pair of planes flying over it this time. Give them a wave. Give them a wave, but tell them to keep on going and don't land here. They might have confused us for the landing strip. And they split off and go their separate ways, never to be reunited ever again. These are the Nostalgia Super Stock Inks. We're looking for Meltdown Drags to lane number 10 and Brew City Gassers to 11 and 12. Better than nothing. That is Sherman Devaney on the right-hand side. But he's not going to get the win. Left lane, number 600, southbound. That is Mitch Bonino. The Thunderbolt from Crown Point, Indiana, your winner. A 10:38 laps time, 131 miles per hour, 10:76, 124 on the right-hand side. For the better than nothing, Sherman Devanine from Jerseyville, Illinois, in the 62 Dodge Dart 330 sedan. Gordy Long, the one they call Flash Gordon, out of Long's Garage in Lake Bluff, Illinois. 65 Dodge Coronet 440 wedge motor in the left-hand side. Paired up with the never too late entry. That is Doug Henderson of Columbia, Missouri. A beautiful 64 Plymouth Savoy powered by a Max Wedge engine. Topped with a factory Max Wedge intake and original 375 S. Carter AFB carburetors. Starting line advantage to Flash Gordon. That should be no surprise with a name like that. Can he stay there? Gordy Long's going to turn on the wind light. 10-11, 132 miles per hour on the left-hand side. 10-18 at 131 for the never too late Savoy of Doug Henderson. What a show. Brew City Gassers. Brew City Gassers, we are looking for you. Lanes 11 and 12. Staging lanes 11 and 12. Brew City Gassers. Brew City Gassers, we are looking for you. Brew City Gassers. Staging lanes 11 and 12, please. Brew City Gassers, staging lanes 11 and 12. We'll take stock class cars and motorcycles to lane number 1. Stock class cars and motorcycles to staging lane number 1, please. Teacher's Pet. That is Bob Durling of Mooresville, Indiana. 63 Plymouth Sport Fury, left-hand lane. Squaring off against the hard day's night of John Rousset. And he was sleeping like a log, but he'll still get the win. 996 with the 631 miles per hour for John Rousset. 1033 at 128 for Bob Durling on the left-hand side. Great starting line reaction time. Just not enough power at the top end. And this is one gorgeous 67 Chevrolet Impala Super Sport, is driven by Dan Keenster of Montello, Wisconsin. A serviceman, he retired from the Air Force after 25 years of service and bought this car on the left-hand side the day he retired. Dan Keenster of Montello, Wisconsin in the left-hand lane, paired up with Milt Trindell. The full tilt 65 Dodge Coronet. And full tilt is just that. He's on full tilt here tonight. Through the quarter mile, Milt Trindell's going to go 9:02, 148 miles per hour. What do you think? Under the lights tonight, will we see an 8-second time from Milt Trindell? Time will only tell later on tonight. Byron Dragway, give it up for your nostalgia super stocks, putting on a show on a Saturday night at the Playground of Power. And there's a lot of power between that pair. Howard Kroll of Ferris Motors. 1965 Plymouth. Replica of an original car driven by Larry Griffith for Ferris Motors. Howard Kroll from Fielden, Illinois. He is the driver. Grew up racing Mopars all across the Midwest. And now he shares the Ferris Motors 65 Plymouth with us in the left-hand side. His opponent, a local from Roscoe, Illinois. That is Dennis Schurer. The repeat offender, 1963 and a half Ford Galaxy, powered by a 460 cubic inch Ford power plant under the hood. Car on the left-hand side happens to be licensed, insured, and street legal. In fact, he drove and took it on the 2005 Hot Rod Power Tour. So a very, very cool 100% street legal Ford on the left-hand side for Dennis Schurer. So these are your final two Nostalgia Superstock entries of the session. Brew City Gassers coming up shortly. Ferris Motors, Howard Kroll, he's got the launch. But it looks like the repeat offender's going to reel him in. Yes, he will. By the finish line, he goes 10:38. 129 is his top speed through the quarter mile. 10:74, 122 for Howard Kroll in the right-hand side. And that's a wrap for the first session of Nostalgia Superstock. Brew City Gassers coming up next. Hey, a pair of eyeglasses. Not sure if they're prescription or not. They definitely are corrective lenses. So a pair of glasses have been turned into the tower. You know what? The lost and found is accumulating, but nobody is finding it. I understand that is a personal best in the left-hand side for Dennis Schurer. A 10:38, 129 miles per hour. A job well done to Dennis Schurer and company. His new personal best elapsed time in the left-hand side. Job well done. Hey, another Alan Matlock sighting. Alan, good to see you. Good to see you. Kind of laying low, but we spot you anyways. Brew City Gassers coming out next. Stock class cars and motorcycles will follow the Brew City Gassers. Stock class cars and motorcycles will follow the Brew City Gassers. Oh, we had a pair of airplanes earlier. Now we've got some sort of an ultralight over there on the far west side. Boy, if only we could charge them a ticket for flying over. Weasels trying to sneak into the playground of power. We're on to you. We're on to you. The Brew City Gassers are in the water box. Neil Brown on the right-hand side. In the fleet line. Paired up with Dean Trowbridge in the Willys left-hand side. So the 1940 Willys, that's the machinist, Dean Trowbridge of New Auburn, Wisconsin, 383, and blown to the left-hand side. And Trowbridge will leave first. Neil Brown doing everything in his power, trying to get that small block on the right side to catch him. And it's just not in the cards for Neil Brown at this round. 11:30, 123 miles per hour for the Willys of Dean Trowbridge. 11:04, 120 the speed for that great big Chevy fleet line of Neil Brown from Ringwood, Illinois. And there is that ultralight flyer going over, getting a bird's eye view of the action. Well, by the time he crosses the finish line, he's going to meet Rich Meyer and Nathan Stowell. Your next pair at the starting line. Stowell on the left-hand side of Hillsboro, Wisconsin. Rich Meyer, the Chevy Deluxe, blacktop bully in the right-hand lane. The 11:42, 112 miles per hour for Stowell on the left-hand side. 11:47 at 111 for Rich Meyer in the right-hand lane. Kelly Berger coming up in the right-hand lane. A 51 Plymouth Cambridge from Kenosha, Wisconsin. Longtime circle racer, new to the quarter-mile drag racing and taking well to it. Actually just started building this car back in January of this year to get ready for Glory Days. Kelly Berger on the right-hand side in Johnny Bucket. That great big Ford Econoline heavy duty. Wind line's going to go to Kelly Berger, 1133, 117 miles per hour, 1255 at 102 in the left-hand lane for Johnny Bucket. Stock class cars to lane number 1. Stock class cars to staging lane number 1. Here comes the Madison Classics sponsored 56 Chevy Bel Air of Eric Hesse from Madison, Wisconsin. He's in the left-hand side, paired up with the King Rat. That is Mark Davis, president of the Brew City Gassers out of Trevor, Wisconsin. That 55 two-door Chevy Bel Air with a 427 under the hood. Mark Davis, right-hand lane. Very close race, and Mark Davis will be the winner at 10 and 2,529 miles per hour for Davis in the King Rat 55 Chevy. And a pair of Chevy 2s. Tom Elliman, who had his personal best time earlier this weekend, yesterday as a matter of fact, in the Tough 2 Chevy 2 from Tonka, Illinois, in the left-hand lane. Paired up with the Sour Grape, that is Art Beeler, as sponsored by Brothers Auto Body and Repair in South Beloit, Wisconsin. The Sour Grape Chevy 2 paired up with the Tough 2 Chevy 2 of Tom Elliman out of Tonka, Illinois, the site of my lone speeding ticket in my life. Knock on wood, maybe I won't get any more. What a matchup for the Chevy 2s. Will it be Tom Elliman? Will it be Art Beeler? Too close to call. Flip a coin. Win light to Tom Elliman. 10, 1,331 miles per hour. Picking up the win on the left-hand side. 10, 17 to 131. For Art Beeler in the Sour Grape, right-hand side. Tony Zampetto. And Joe Jacobson. Jacobson driving the all-hacked-up Malibu on the right-hand side from South Beloit, Illinois. If you were here last night, you will recall the hood launching off of the Malibu right-hand side. Probably flew about as high as the light towers trackside before coming down, and a crew member jumped right on it, picked it up, and tell you what, that's some durable fiberglass on the right-hand side for the all-hacked-up Malibu of Joe Jacobson. He's paired up with Tony Zampetto, the Bone Shaker Willies, out of Chicago, Illinois. Can the Bone Shaker from the Windy City get the win? You betcha. 996, 136 miles per hour for Tony Zampetta. 10-16 at 132 in the right-hand lane for Joe Jacobson. Get ready for a burnout here, folks. Skip Hortland in the Steel in Time 55 Chevy. I bet time stands still when he's on the throttle of that 55 Chevy, roasting the tires, clear out to about the 275-foot mark or so. He is paired up with John Rydbach, the 62 Chevrolet Corvette in the right-hand lane. Again, barely a breeze today. The smoke is just floating above the Dragway. Make sure someone lets Mr. Skip Hortland know that his door is ajar on the left-hand side. I don't believe the 55 Chevy had a door ajar light on the dashboard. How about the wheels up launch for Skip Hortland? That 55 Chevy, what a handful. He'll go a 960 last time, 140 miles per hour, 986 at 137 for John Reidenbach in the 62 Chevrolet Corvette. What a run. All right, another pair of Chevy 2s. Hopefully this one's as good of a matchup as it was between Art Beeler and Tom Ellman. Vince Haywood and Tom Schervino. Haywood at the left-hand side of Antioch, Illinois, a 1962 Chevy 2. Another former oval track racer, but he has made the switch. He's tired of going around in circles looking for the finish line. Instead, he will elect to drive straight to it. Can he get to the finish line quicker than his opponent? Tom Schervino, that's the question. Schervino in the thing. A 64 Chevy 2 right-hand side from Tinley Park, Illinois. Hot Rod Class Cars to lane number 2. Hot Rod Class Cars to staging lane number 2. Great race. Only one can be the winner at the 1320. It's going to be Tom Schervino. The Thane gets the win on the right-hand side. 11:10, 115 miles per hour. 11:59 at 107 in the left-hand side for Vince Haywood. Chad Stewart and Warren Anderson, your next pair. Pie crust tires and all. That is Chad Stewart. He was one of the pie crust winners from last year at Glory Days. In the 57 Chevy left-hand side from Tonka, Illinois. His opponent, that is Warren Anderson. And Warren, not yet in reverse. Thought he might have been waiting for his backup girl, but looks like he is still not able to get it in reverse. The Willys sits at about the 150-foot mark. The door is open. Chief starter Jeff Spearling from Strader, Illinois, running down. What is the report? They're going to motion to shut off Chad Stewart. Anderson hops out. Maybe it's a photo op. Maybe he wants to get out and wave to the crowd. Nope, they're going to push it back. So we're going to push back the Willys of Warren Anderson. Something is amiss with the car, but unfortunately, looks like the Willys is broke for Warren Anderson. Byron Dragway, if you would, please give a warm round of applause. Thank Warren Anderson for being out here. Unfortunately, the Willys unable to make the run this time, but he gave it his all. Unfortunately, a mechanical parts failure of some kind for Warren Anderson, but thank you, Warren, for being here. And that will make a solo pass, it appears now, for Chad Stewart. Tip of the cap to Warren Anderson. He is actually getting out and helping to push his car back. Most guys just sit in there and let you do the push, and they steer and make race car sounds. I swear that's what they're doing in there. Not Mr. Anderson. He hops out and does the due diligence himself. Chad Stewart running that 57 Chevy through the gears. Gotta love a manual transmission. He's going to go 12:05, 114 miles per hour for the 57 Chevy from Tonka, Illinois. Jeff Jacobson in the 55 Ford Fairlane that he calls the Scare Lane. And if you've never seen it run before, you're going to find out why he calls it the Scare Lane. He's in the left-hand side, paired up with Ronnie Green, the Possum Chaser. Crosley Wagon on the right-hand side. Ronnie Green of Janesville, Wisconsin, a 48 model Crosley Wagon, altered wheelbase. He is a member of the Brew City Gassers as well, as they all are. This is still a Brew City Gasser competition. Jeff Jacobson in the Scared Lane, sponsored by Brothers Auto Body and Repair from South Beloit, Wisconsin. Ronnie Green's out front. What can Jeff Jacobson do about that? Wow, he's got his hands full. That car is crossed up at about the 8th mile, still swerving it. And he'll go 890, 149 miles per hour, breaking into the 8 seconds is Jeff Jacobson in the Scare Lane. Now you know why it's called the Scare Lane. A quarter-mile track might be 1,320 feet long, but as much as he was driving it side to side, probably more like 1,400 feet for Jeff Jacobson in the Scare Lane. The Poison Ivy Double A gas entry of Nick Schervino. Through the 8th mile, 7:03, 97 miles per hour for Nick Schervino in the right-hand side. A double A gas entry doing a shakedown run before their night session tonight. Hey, souvenirs will close in 10 minutes' time. Make sure you get your Glory Days event t-shirt, event souvenirs before the souvenir stand closes in 10 minutes' time at 8 p.m. 8 p.m. the souvenir stand will close. Make sure you get your Glory Days vintage t-shirt before it closes. Well, he's got probably the biggest entourage of anyone at Byron Dragway this weekend. This is Al Belize of Rockford, Illinois, aboard a 1962 Harley-Davidson Sportster, sponsored by All Out Racing. And riding Wrinkle in Time, Al Belize of Rockford, Illinois, in the left-hand lane. A nice little pop to wheelie at the starting line, and Al Belize, a talented motorcycle racer, usually out here at the two-wheel speed drag bike program, picked himself up this unique 62 Harley Sportster, and he's having some fun. 13-13 at 99 miles per hour for Al Belize down the track. Hey, this is good news. Looks like Rex Stefanelli got his car back together. Eric and Rex Stefanelli paired up. You will remember earlier today, Rex lost a freeze plug in the Mopar left-hand side, the 37 Dodge Coupe from Oak Park, Illinois. I bet you he went to the swap meet and robbed a freeze plug out of a motor over there, and that's how he got it back together. So Rex Stefanelli in the left-hand side with his son Eric Stefanelli in the 66 Plymouth Valiant in the right-hand lane. And fingers crossed that freeze plug stays in. We'll all be holding our breath here for the next 7 seconds. Rex Stefanelli, 37 Dodge Coupe in the left-hand side. Turns a 12:09 elapsed time, 108 miles per hour in the left-hand lane. Father knows best as he eliminates his son Eric Stefanelli, who goes 12:44 at 1:09 in the right-hand lane. Hot Rod Class Cars to lane number 2. Hot Rod Class Cars to staging lane number 2. E-Gas, staging lane number 3. E-Gas, staging lane number 3, please. Ron Johnson of Rockford, Illinois, the Ford Flathead V8 sprint car in the left-hand side, an authentic sprint car. Tore up the dirt tracks across the Midwest in the late 40s, early 50s. And now it is street legal and actually traveling down the highway to get here today. He drove it to the track. Ron Johnson of Rockford, Illinois, in the left-hand lane. Ron is paired up with James Mealy from Dodge Center, Minnesota, a 1966 Malibu, as tuned by Smokey Moe's Speed Shop. At the finish line, Malibu gets the win. James Mealy, 1367, 100 miles per hour, 1484 at 88.88 miles per hour. Crazy eights in the left-hand side for Ron Johnson. Matt Buggy in a 63 Pontiac Le Mans in the left-hand side. And I believe that is Brad Lathrop coming up in the right-hand side in the Pontiac GTO. Yes, it is. Brad Lathrop from Overland Park, Kansas, in a 12-second streetcar. Well, takes off from the starting line like a twister. No, we're not in Kansas anymore, Brad. The Kansas native in the Pontiac GTO turns a 12:62 elapsed time, 105 miles per hour. What a fun streetcar that has got to be. Turns heads, and you know what? It's fast as well. Cool car, Brad Lathrop, and a great run for Matt McGee in an all-Pontiac matchup right there. And that'll make way for number 234 on the left-hand side. Why, that is Jeff Ropel of Addison, Illinois, a 67 Dodge Coronet. 1190 in the right-hand side, 113 miles per hour, 1166 at 114 for the Coronet in the left-hand lane. Here comes the Hot Rod class cars. E-Gas to lane at number 3, E-Gas to lane at number 3. D-Gas, staging lane number 4, D-Gas, staging lane number 4. C-Gas cars to lane 5, please. C-Gas cars to staging lane number 5. And B-Gas as well, lanes 6 and 7. Again, E-Gas lane 3, D-Gas lane 4, C-Gas lane 5, B-Gas lanes 6 and 7, please. Ron Bruder in the Rattling A, Ford Model A in the left-hand lane. Paired up with Chris Lane in the four-door 56 Chevy from Hinckley, Illinois. $11.04, $121 for Chris Lane on the right-hand side, $13.37 at $102 for Ron Bruder in the left-hand lane. Here comes the 38 Pontiac. 38 Pontiac of Ken Burnmeister, a Vietnam veteran with Pontiac power under the hood on the left-hand side. Paired up with the pickup truck, number 257. Tony McDonald from Strum, Wisconsin, 37 model Dodge pickup truck. The Dodge on the right-hand side, as a matter of fact, completed all of Hot Rod Drag Week in 2019. That is an accomplishment. And tonight he'll go 1187, 115 miles per hour under the lights at Byron Dragway. 1327 at 102 on the left-hand side for Ken Burnmeister, the Vietnam veteran. Thank you for your service, Ken. Hey, it's the Beach Boys coming up next. No, not Mike Love and Brian Wilson. I'm talking about Gordy Beach and Brian Beach. Gordy in the right-hand side, the 53 Studebaker, called the South Bend Road Oiler. He is a retired fire chief from Rockford, Illinois. What a big job that is. You can imagine all the factories that fall under his responsibility as a fire chief. He is paired up with his son. That is Brian Beach in the Plymouth Valiant left-hand lane. Brian Beach left-hand side, Gordy Beach in the right-hand lane. So a battle of the Beach Boys. Will it be the father on the right side? No, it's going to be the son. Brian Beach in the Plymouth Valiant. 1520 at 89 miles per hour. 1536. 87 the speed for the Studebaker of Gordy Beach. Believe it or not, I think that's the only Studebaker we have here this weekend. Unbelievable. Just one in attendance. Well, the hometown racer from right here in Byron, Illinois, just across the river, Rich Hartman. In a 55 Chevy Bel Air with a 301 V8 under the hood, Rich Hartman in the right-hand lane. We're looking for C-Gas cars to lane 5. B-Gas, lane 6 and 7. B-Gas to lane 6 and 7. A-Gas cars. A-Gas cars to lanes 8 and 9. A-Gas cars to lanes 8 and 9. Rich Hartman, the Byron native. 1299, 105 miles per hour for Hartman in the right-hand lane. Dave Dexter to 55. Chevy coming up on the right-hand side from Gilman, Illinois. Paired up with the Ford F-100 pickup truck that's called Glory Days. Wow, a car that is after our heart. That is Bruce Kosman of Marengo, Illinois. Kosman in the Ford, left-hand side, a farmer as a matter of fact. You got to believe he gets his chores done early on the farm with a fast pickup truck like that. 1340, 102 miles per hour. Kosman is probably done working on the farm by about 2 in the afternoon. Moving around the fields as quickly as he can with that pickup truck. B gas lane 6 and 7, B gas lane 6 and 7, A gas lanes 8 and 9, A gas lanes 8 and 9. Super stock class cars to lanes 10 and 11. Super stock cars, super stock class cars, lanes 10 and 11. Well, it was almost too good to be true. Rex Stefanelli had it fixed for one run. And the water will precipitate once more for Rex Stefanelli. Solo pass on the right-hand side for number 211. That was Robert Capel from Algonquin, Illinois. Member of the Who Are Those Guys Drag Racing Club in a 53 Chevy Bel Air. So we're looking for A gas cars, lanes 8 and 9, A gas cars, lanes 8 and 9. Super stock class cars to lanes 10 and 11. Super stock class cars to staging lanes 10 and 11, please. Super stock class cars to staging lanes 10 and 11, please. A reminder, it is 5 miles per hour in the pits at all times. 5 miles per hour in the pits at all times. 5 miles per hour, that is in the speed limit in the pits at all times. A lot of fans roaming about. And as it gets darker, it does get harder to see out there. So a reminder, 5 miles per hour in the pits at all times. Alan Matlock checking out Randy Schmidt's Anglia from Streator, Illinois. She is photogenic, that is for sure. Thank you to Randy Schmidt, Ryan Schmidt, and Andy Svoboda. Streator's finest, all in attendance. A lot of folks from Streator. I believe, haven't seen him myself, but Dan Crampton reportedly on the property. Rod Garrett, formerly of Garrett's Harley Davidson and Kawasaki there in Kangley, Illinois. Rod is in attendance. Welcome, Rod. Haven't seen you, but hope you're having a good time. Your stage lane director, Terry Simpson, is from Streator. Your chief starter, Jeff Spearling, is from Streator. Gosh, it is just a overrun of Streator here at Byron Dragway, and that's all right with us. And I, too, am a native of the community. So we'll go on hold here for a moment, cleaning things up from Rex Stefanelli's Dodge. Again, we are looking for B gas lanes 6 and 7, A gas lanes 8 and 9, super stock class cars lanes 10 and 11, factory experimental in lane number 12. Stand by, dragsters and altereds, we will be calling you soon. Stand by, dragsters and altereds, we will be calling you shortly. It looks like they are packing up the souvenir stand at this time. If you hurry over, you might be able to sweet talk Robin into letting you get one final piece of merchandise, but they are beginning to pack up the souvenir stand on the tower side of the racetrack. The black top tent over on the tower side of the racetrack.
First time he did it, he had antifreeze in there. Oh boy. Yeah. I can't believe that they have let him keep going. I mean, that's the number one rule. You got antifreeze, you turn it into gas, you get caught, you're done, you're out.
Yeah, that's an easy one.
still a little slime to it because obviously you didn't flush everything out. But it's mainly water.
Hey, our well wishes to starting line celebrity for that matter. He has been in a Super Bowl halftime commercial, but he is noticeably absent this weekend. He is a fixture of the starting line. He is, of course, none other than Mr. Bill, who is out with an injury at this time, not racetrack related or anything like that, but Mr. Bill is on the mend, wishes he was here, and so do we. So if you see Mr. Bill anytime soon, tell him, get back to Byron soon. We miss you, Mr. Bill.
By the way, what's up with this sitting down on the job stuff? That car's a tank.
Yeah, it's a big boy.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He was in it too.
So how's your car running?
Slower than usual because of the air. I'm running like 2/10 slower, but I could have swapped jets out, but I'm having too much fun.
Yeah, that's what it's about.
It's all about the show. I'll do my long, stupid burnouts. And
I'm with you. Stupid stuff is what I like.
yeah.
So what's next after this? Oh no.
Oh, that's a fucking event line?
Event line, yeah.
Next week is Mobile Days in Greeley Square.
give me one of those for the house. Burn out some bugs. Run, motherfuckers. Thought he's gonna light it up. BJ is walking this way, he's gonna light it up. That wouldn't be too well.
Meltdown Drags, MDA. Meltdown Drags Association to lane number 10, please. MDA. Meltdown Drags Association to staging lane number 10, please. Meltdown Drags Association will take you over to lane number 10, please. Stand by, GasserMadness.com, AA Gas Shootout. Stand by, GasserMadness.com, AA Gas Shootout Elimination Round 1. Meltdown Drags Lane 10, Meltdown Drags Lane 10, GasserMadness.com, AA Gas Shootout to lane number 9. Meltdown Drags Lane 10, GasserMadness.com, AA Gas Shootout to lane number 9. Dragsters and Altereds are on standby. Dragsters and Altereds, you are on standby. We will be calling you very, very soon. Great burnout for Preston Nelson on the left-hand side. The Anglia from Nebraska. Yellow Anglia left-hand side paired up with the Willys pickup truck on the right-hand side. The Willys pickup driven by Dave Adams from Brooklyn Center, Minnesota. What a nice launch for the Anglia. Left-hand side, Preston Nelson making the long tow all the way from Nebraska to be here. Worth the trip. And what a treat it is for us. 1084, 121 miles per hour for Preston Nelson on the left-hand side. 1289 at 104 on the right-hand side for Dave Adams. A solo pass for Whitey Hirsch in the Anglia from Crystal Lake, Illinois. Crane operator by day, drag racer by weekend. And one bad fast, normally 9-second. Anglia from Crystal Lake. Whitey Hirsch, one of the Who Are Those Guys Drag Racing Club members. Boy, does that Anglia look nice under the lights. Whitey Hirsch on a solo pass. He's going to go 9:59, 137 miles per hour in the right-hand lane for Whitey Hirsch. Straight as a string for Whitey Hirsch on the right-hand side. Great run. Super stock class cars rolling out at the starting line. Number 409, should be no surprise, he's got a 409 under the hood. That is Tom Perrin from Chautauqua, Wisconsin, a 62 Chevy Biscayne. Factory 409 car with a dual quad from the factory. Richard Foster on the right-hand side, the 67 Chevrolet Nova from Cary, Illinois. A concrete contractor. He's going to punish the concrete at the starting line. Over 300 feet of concrete. Before the transition to asphalt. Just before the 330 cube out there. Richard Foster in the Nova right-hand side. But Tom Perrin is going to be too much in that 409. A 12:06 lapse time, 112 miles per hour for Tom Perrin of Chautauqua, Wisconsin, getting the win in the Biscayne left-hand lane. This is Bob Mosier, the new owner of the 67 Ford Fairlane on the left-hand side, is sponsored by Victory Performance Parts. Paired up with number 371 on the right-hand side. None other than Ken Poole with the 66 Ford Fairlane GT on the right-hand side. Close race at the finish line. Ken Poole is the winner on the right-hand side. David Zilsdorf in the stick shift Chevrolet Biscayne, right-hand side with the mystery motor on the right side. And Eric Stefanelli in the Plymouth Valiant. He goes 12:48, 111 miles per hour on the left-hand side. David Zilsdorf, 12:46 at 1:10 on the right-hand side with the mystery motor Biscayne. Well, a bright orange sun beginning to set over the trees off to the west. Just in time for the double A gas shootout eliminator. So we'll have a single go first, then the 6 pairs. The final pair will be the top 2 qualifiers who race for the top honors for the top crown of the Double A Gas Shootout title of Glory Days. So it's a 1-round eliminator for the Double A Gas Shootout. We've got a single run for Nick Schervino, followed by 4 pairs of Double A Gas Shootout action as presented by GasserMadness.com. So before the Double A Gassers roll out, track owner BJ Vangs is going to do a starting line drag to get the starting line in tip-top shape before the eliminator round of the Double A Gas Shootout. And we are ready for the double A gas shootout. This is the 8th mile, GasserMadness.com double A gas shootout. It is a one-round eliminator. The top 2 qualifiers square off, the final 2 out in this session for the top honors as the double A gas shootout champion of Glory Days. A solo pass to open the round for Nick Schervino in the 55 Poison Ivy. The Poison Ivy 55 Chevy of Nick Schervino. The big blower belt on the supercharger dragging the motor down. You hear it chugging. Nick Schervino, a report of perhaps a couple of drops of fluid. We're going to check it out real quick. He checks with Nick, and looks like all is well at the starting line. So Nick Schervino, the Poison Ivy 55 Chevy. He was the 9th place qualifier, did not make the field, so he is doing a solo run just for the fans. He'll go a 7:06, 97 miles per hour for Nick Schervino in the Poison Ivy 55 Chevy. And they'll be all paired up from here on out in the GasserMadness.com double A gas shootout. It'll be Chuck Lipka and Paul Zilsdorf, the Harry Hauler, and a pair of Willies here, the opening pair of the double A gas shootout. I'm guessing this may well be the run that Paul Zilsdorf has been saving the Harry Hauler for this weekend. Will we see the monster burnout this time? Let's watch. Not bad at all. Paul Zilsdorf and the Harry Hauler. Lipka back into the water box for a second time with the Willies on the right-hand side. From Eureka, Missouri comes Chuck Lipka, the 41 Willies on the right-hand side. Oldsmobile power under the hood. Sponsored by Haggerty Motorsports Insurance in the right-hand lane. Up against Paul Zilsdorf, the Harry Hauler. On paper, looks like Lipka's got this one in the bag. What does Zilsdorf have up his sleeve? They will leave wheel to wheel. Looks like Lipka's going to pull away. Yes, he will. 630, 608 miles per hour. Both drivers, their best runs of the weekend. Lipka turns it on when he needs to and gets the win over Paul Zilsdorf. The hometown driver from Byron, Illinois. That is the Psycho Pass 48 Anglia of Rick Thomas in the right-hand side, waiting for his crew guy to help him back into the water. He's in the Byron Hillside right-hand lane of the track. Paired up with Skip Hortland, The Precision Chrome Steel in Time 55 Chevy that's been burning it down with every burnout this weekend. Expect much the same right here. Thomas appearing to have a problem with the Anglia, and he is now burning out. Portland having a problem. You can see Skip becoming possibly a little frustrated with the time it took to sit there for his burnout. The tires presumably beginning to dry off, and that would be what might cause his burnout to not go as planned. As it's been well documented, the burnouts from Skip Hortland and the Steel in Time 55 Chevy all weekend long. They were your 5th and 6th qualifiers. On paper, Thomas on the right-hand side is about 1/10 of a second quicker. But Skip Hortland has been pushing that 55 to new extremes with every run. A couple of big wheels-up launches. What are we going to see here? Rick Thomas, right-hand side. Skip Hortland, left lane. Red light start for Skip Hortland, and Rick Thomas will turn on the win light on the right-hand side. Skip pushed it, and he did not need to. 597 on the left-hand side, 634 on the right-hand line. He goes red, and it was not necessary as he had the quicker car that run. Well, Chief Starter Jeff Spearling thought he saw a wisp of smoke. A wisp of smoke out of Skip Hortland's 55 Chevy. Sounds like it may be a little bit of, might have been pushing some water out of it. So we're going to check it out at the finish line. Do a quick track inspection to make sure all is well. So we go on hold here for a moment or so to do a quick quarter-mile track inspection. Make sure that left lane is ready to go for the next pair. Well, kind of an interesting fact here. You'll remember Greg Stelz. That's right, Stelz, not Stelzy, from Greg's Speed Shop. Suffered an engine failure earlier today, but kind of like being a donor, he has parted out the Joker Pontiac. In fact, there's a fuel pump from the Joker now in the 62 Chevrolet Corvette of John Reidenbach on the right-hand side from Kenosha, Wisconsin. So while the Joker may not make it back for tonight's session, parts and pieces of the Joker Pontiac live on through the rest of the cars in competition here this weekend. All right, I understand that there is a trike parked over by lane 17, blocking the road over there. If you are the owner of that trike that is blocking the road, we do ask you to please move the trike. Well, a piece of debris has been retrieved from the shutdown area. We'll be ready to resume here in just a moment's time. with John Reidenbach in the right-hand lane. And his opponent. This will be a good matchup. Your third and fourth place qualifiers from qualifying. That is the tameless 33 Willies of Dennis Nymphius in the left-hand side from Wisconsin. The fourth place qualifier ran a 5:99 earlier in the 8th mile, 116 miles per hour for Dennis in the left-hand side. John Reidenbach was a 5:75 elapsed time, 122 miles per hour earlier in qualifying. So on paper, the Corvette has got the edge on the right-hand side. But can Dennis, in the tameless Willies, can he pull one out? Wow, what a burnout from John Reidenbach. A John Forrest-esque burnout for the Chevrolet Corvette of John Reidenbach from Kenosha, Wisconsin, as he backs up into the haze. The backup girl picks him up at about 100 feet and will direct him and plant those tires right in the tread that he left from that burnout. So John Reidenbach in the Chevrolet Corvette right-hand side, and Dennis Nymphius in the 33 Willies that he calls tameless. Big wheels up launch for Reidenbach. At the finish line, win light to the Corvette of John Reidenbach in his best run of the weekend, 5:60, 721 miles per hour, and the best run as well on the left-hand side for Dennis at a 5:97 to 116 miles per hour. These are your top two double-A gassers. And boy, are these two a treat. Brian Spots in the right-hand side, your number one qualifier, carrying the American flag on the rear of his Anglia. What a fitting tribute on this Glory Days weekend to Old Glory. Brian Spots of Polk, Ohio, in an all-Ohio matchup for the top honors in the double-A gas shootout. That is Jeremy Bonnet in the left-hand side from Mentor, Ohio. Car owner Don Moyer looking on. The 33 Willys double-A gasser, a car that was built in 1968 from Hart Automotive in Cleveland, Ohio, looking just as you see it in the left-hand lane. Jeremy Bonnet, the number two qualifier, left-hand lane. Brian Spots, your number one qualifier in the It's Crazy 51 Ford Anglia in a final round matchup. Well, Jeremy knew he had to give it his all, but he went a little too far. Red light start in the left-hand side for Jeremy Bonnet. Win light to Brian Spots in the right-hand side, and by just 7,000ths of a second, he misses a 4-second run. He is 5:007 through the 8th mile, 139 miles per hour for Brian Spots, your winner of the GasserMadness.com Double-A Gas Shootout at Glory Days. A job well done. Job well done to Brian Spots and company. And a big congratulations as well to the runner-up tonight, Jeremy Bonnet, and car owner Don Moyer of GasserMadness.com. And we are now ready for the front engine dragsters and altereds. Their first run of the evening. We're trying to squeeze them back in for a second run tonight, should time allow. But they will at least get one run here under the lights for the front engine dragsters and altereds. What a wild wheel stand for number 44 on the left-hand side. He just came out here wanting to do a couple of easy test runs. He requested singles all weekend long. That is Bud Murray. They just put this dragster together, and that one probably caught him by surprise from Vassar, Michigan. That was Bud Murray. Another cool pair of front-engine dragsters in store. Tim Arney in the right-hand side, Professor Racing Team. He is a retired college professor. That's where the name comes from. Don't know Warren Johnson. I'm getting all my Warrens mixed up now. Warren Johnson might be coming to hit on with some sort of a copyright on the name, but the Professor Racing Team of Tim Arney in the front-engine dragster right-hand side, paired up with the YouTube star from Redline Rebuild's YouTube channel, the Parts Chaser front-engine dragster of Davin Ritkow. Michigan-based racer in the left-hand side, Illinois-based front-engine dragster in the right lane of Tim Arney. Arney sent me a picture today from 1978 right here at Byron Dragway with a rear engine bracket dragster at the U.S. Bracket Nationals, one of the first rear engine dragsters racing in bracket competition in the 1970s. And Arnie gets the starting line advantage. And it looks like he's going to take the finish line stripe as well. Tim Ari, the Professor Racing Team, goes 8:38, 154 miles per hour on the right-hand side, 9:11 at 1:41 for Dave and Rick Howe, the parts chaser from Redline Rebuilds in Michigan, on a great run. This is Graham Chance in the Time Warp 23 Ford Altered out of Kingsville, Missouri, on the left-hand side. Paired up with Tom Colwall Jr., big burnout for Colwall. So it looks as though Chance is just going to sit there and, he may be broke. He's requesting a pushback. And that's not a pushback into the water box. No, he is being... No, maybe not. Maybe he will get it fired up once again. Give it another chance. Graham Chance in the 23 Alter that he calls Time Warp. Well, hope he does a dry hop of some sort. I hope those tires are not still wet on the Time Warp Altered without a burnout. Paired up with Tom Colwall Jr., who turned an 8-second time yesterday, his personal best, his first run in the 8s for the driver from Garden City, Michigan, the 1962 Dragmaster Dart of Tom Colwall Jr. Can he get another elusive 8-second time through the quarter mile? Tom Colwall Jr., no, he will not. Gosh darn it, 9:13, 146 miles per hour. He was pushing it, but just could not create the magic of that 8-second time last night for Tom Colwall Jr. Well, you can see a little bit of blue flames coming out of the headers of the ornery Buzzard. Kevin Kraus in the left-hand side, paired up with Mike Allison in the Crosley Dragon Wagon. Why do they call them front-engine dragsters? Well, obvious question, obvious answer. The engine's in front of the driver. Front-engine dragster. Why do they call it an altered? Well, the wheelbase is altered, and you can see it is definitely altered on Mike Allison's Crosley Dragon Wagon. Where should the front tires be? Well, they're right where the headers are from the engine. So the headers poking through, the zoomy headers right where the front fender well is. And the front tires sit about 7, maybe 8 feet out in front of the fender well. So Mike Allison, the Dragon Wagon, Crosley Station Wagon, and Kevin Kraus in the ornery Buzzard in the left-hand lane. Meltdown Drags. Lane number 10, be ready to go. Meltdown Drags. Lane number 10, be ready to go. Wild Willie. This is Bill Fustine, the Illinois Outlaw. Fiat Topolino altered in the left-hand side. He is the 2021 NHRA Holly Hot Rod Reunion Champion from Bowling Green over Father's Day weekend. A prestigious event. Our honor to have the Illinois Outlaw on the left-hand side, paired up with Clinton Champlain. Champlain on the right-hand side has the top speed and low ET of the weekend. How fast can he go right now at the finish line? 155 miles per hour, 8:48 the elapsed time. What a side-by-side matchup in the driver from Stillman Valley, Illinois. Clinton Champlain is your winner on the right-hand side. Bill Fustine, 850, 152 miles per hour for the Hot Rod Reunion champion, Bill Fustine. Meltdown Drags, be ready to go in lane number 10. Meltdown Drags, staging lane number 10. Nostalgia Gassers and Great Lakes Gassers. Nostalgia Gassers and Great Lakes Gassers to the staging lanes, please. Nostalgia Gassers and Great Lakes Gassers to the staging lanes, please. What a burnout from Jamison Griffin in the altered left-hand side from, I believe, Owasso, Michigan. Yes, it is. The 32 Bantam Alter from Owasso, Michigan. 36 years of age is Jamison Griffin wheeling the altered in the left-hand side. Paired up with Tim Risen, the Ford Model A, right-hand side. He is a special agent. Not just any kind of agent, a special agent in the right-hand side. Tim Risen, dry hop for Jamison Griffin. You can see the candles are lit on the zoomy headers, just a little flicker of flame as the unburnt fuel protrudes out, igniting in the pipe. Risen leads first, but that might be the only lead he has in the race, as Jamison Griffin has already caught him by the 8th mile. 9:46, 137 miles per hour for Jamison Griffin. And the Bantam Altered from Owasso, Michigan in the left-hand side. 10:57 to 1:24 for the Ford Model A of Tim Risen. And now, Buddy Webb, in what appears to be the final dragster of the session. Buddy Webb of Imperial, Missouri. King chassis number 6 off the jig. Big motor between the frame rails and usually a big wheel stand on these nights. What's Buddy Webb going to do with the wheelie bar hiked up? An impressive wheels-up launch for the front-engine dragster of Buddy Webb. He'll take it through the quarter mile. Light the scoreboard, 893, 148 miles per hour for Buddy Webb of Imperial, Missouri. That'll bring up John C. Clothier, the 55 Chevy from Mountain Morris, Illinois. This was his first car on the left-hand side. that he's had for 44 years. But that's not nearly as long as Mr. 56, Eddie Hawkins, has owned that 56 Chevy on the right-hand side. As a matter of fact, he's owned it for 56 years. From the City of Lights, Aurora, Illinois, comes Mr. 56, Eddie Hawkins, in the 56 Chevy right-hand lane. And he's going to pull away from John C. Clothier. 12.85, 101 miles per hour for Eddie Hawkins. 14.48, 90 miles per hour on the left-hand side for John C. Clothier. This is the dock. Lawrence Clothier in the left-hand lane. Paired up with Bob Clothier from Polo, Illinois, in the 57 Chevy. One cool thing about the Clothiers is that they hold on to their cars long term. All of them have been racing their hot rods for an excess of 4 to 5 decades. Wind's going to go into the right-hand side to Bob Clothier. 1197, 113 miles per hour, while Larry the Doc, Lawrence Clothier, goes 1269, 106 miles per hour. For Lawrence Clothier, who was back from a 50-year hiatus from drag racing. The 61 Chevrolet Bel Air from Lucas, Ohio. This is Dennis Perry in the left-hand side. Paired up with James Mealy in the 66 Chevrolet Malibu from Dodge Center, Minnesota. And working it through the gears is Dennis Perry. He'll cross the finish line first. 13:01, 89 miles per hour on the left-hand side. 13:68, 93.80 miles per hour for James Mealy in the left-hand lane. That is A.J. Zangrelli of Muquanago, Wisconsin, a engineer by trade in the 1963 Woody Gilmore front engine dragster on the right-hand side. The engineer, A.J. Zangrelli. His opponent, that is Robert Neves, in a 57 model front engine dragster on the left-hand side. A pair of pretty evenly matched up. They have gone 1-1 against each other so far today. This is the rubber match. Which driver will have the bragging rights? Will it be Robert Neves on the left-hand side, or will it be the engineer, A.J. Zangrelli? Starting line advantage, as slight as it might be, goes to A.J. Zangrelli. Can he hold on for the win? Yes, he will. The engineer goes 9:21, 131 miles per hour for A.J. Zangrelli. 9:95 at 1:32 for Robert Neves on the left-hand side. A round of applause. Job well done to the Meltdown Drags crew with A.J. Zangrelli as the chase crew in the El Camino goes to tow him back from that great run. 9:21 at 1:31 for A.J. Zangrelli. A couple more Meltdown Drags Association cars set to run. And then it is time once more for the Nostalgia Gassers and Great Lakes Gassers, ready and awaiting in lanes 3 and 4. Nostalgia Superstock, you are on standby. Stand by, Nostalgia Superstock. Stand by.
I didn't bring one this year, but brought my buddy's car. Yeah, he is pretty good with that. Yeah, we popped some piece off of.
And it looks like Brian Spots is towing over to the Byron Dragway winner circle for a photo opportunity. Great to see the It's Crazy Anglia of Brian Spots your double A gas champion from earlier tonight. Congratulations to Brian Spots, the It's Crazy Anglia from Ohio. Congratulations, job well done. Make sure you park it in Byron Dragway winner circle later and get your photo by Brian Spots. All right, a Mopar on the left-hand side and a bow tie in the right lane. The Dodge, Grant Spalding Dodge Charger left lane of Ron Gassier and David Zielsdorf in the Stick Shift 427 Mystery Motor. How about the burnout from Ron Gassier? Byron Dragway, give a nice warm round of applause. Chief starter Jeff Spearling wants to check the wear marks on the tires of that Dodge Charger. He is not going to send it if there is not enough rubber left on that Dodge Charger's tires. He is checking it out. He has roasted the tires, and it looks like, all right, he gives it a thumbs up. There is just enough rubber for one more run. He has assured Ron Gassier just enough rubber for one more run. He'll probably be getting a new set of slicks before you see this Dodge next. So a quick check of the wear marks on the rear slick of Ron Gassier's Dodge Charger following a monstrous burnout in the left-hand side. Paired up with David Zielsdorf, the youngest driver in competition. The young pup in the right-hand side, he is running it through the gears, the 4-speed, jamming it the whole way down, and Gassier's tires will hold up for the full quarter-mile pull, 1180 at 114 miles per hour. 1216 at 111 on the right-hand side. David Zielsdorf in the right lane, the youngest driver in competition this weekend of Glory Days. Well, I hope this is the burnout we've all been hoping from the hairy hauler of Paul Zielsdorf. He's had a couple of easy-going burnouts, you might say. But I believe this might be the one that he's been saving it all for. He's paired up with the Green Hornet of Jack Liberto. 27 Ford Coupe from Kansasville, Wisconsin, to the right-hand side. Liberto perhaps playing games with Zielsdorf, trying to get inside his head. Don't know what's going on inside the head of Paul Zielsdorf. It might be a scary place for the hairy hauler. Smoke 'em if you got 'em. That's the story for Paul Zielsdorf and the hairy hauler. Unbelievable. Camden, you might want to fire up the Billy Goat blower and help extinguish the smoke from the starting line area. It is smoked out on a Saturday night, and that's all right with us. The hairy hauler of Paul Zielsdorf on the left-hand side. And I think Jack Liberto's Green Hornet Ford is over there somewhere. Yes, there it is. It has emerged from the smoke. One thing's for sure, we will not have a mosquito problem at Byron Dragway this summer as this cloud of smoke hangs over, fumigating the grounds at the Playground of Power. .1047 for the hairy hauler of Paul Zielsdorf, 122 miles per hour. With the cords probably showing on the tires. 1095 at 118 to the right-hand side for Jack Liberto in the Green Hornet. Hey, a special welcome to the Isley family. The Isley family, all the way from Alabama. They saw it on YouTube earlier today. Or it might have been, maybe it was last night. I'm not sure when it was, but they saw it on YouTube and said, we got to be there. This is the place to be. So all the way from Alabama, they just made it through the gate just in time for the tail end of Glory Days. A tip of the cap and a welcome to the Isleys for making the trip all the way from Alabama just in the nick of time. Well, Ben Bacon does not want to be outdone. The Anglia, he calls tub and squirt from Kingston, Illinois. Pops open the door, lets out a plume of smoke. I've got an albuterol inhaler if you need it, Ben. If you need a little extra gasp of air in the Anglia. He is paired up with Vinny DeFore, the well-documented historic Russo and Santo Willys sedan, four-door sedan, the first C-gasser to crack into the 10 seconds. A two-time champion of C-gas at the U.S. Nationals in 1967 and 1968. But it's 2021. What have you done lately? That's what kind of sport track racing is. Ben Bacon left lane. The dry hop. Dry hop for Vinny DeFore as well. Mind games being played amongst the drivers. Ben's wife, Michelle, pulls him into the starting line beams, wishing her driver well as he sets to go the quarter-mile distance against Vinny DeFore. How about that? She blows him a kiss as well. Blows a kiss for good luck. Big wheels up launch for Ben Bacon. And it looks like Bacon's got this one in the bag. That's right. He sizzles it all the way down. Bacon gets the win at 10:50, 120 miles per hour to left-hand side, getting the win over Vinny DeFore. Here comes the Irish Thunder four-door Nova wagon from St. Louis, Missouri. Boy, the hits just keep on coming. Nostalgia Superstock Inc. Nostalgia Superstock Inc. We are ready for you. Lane 7 and 8. Lane 7 and 8. Nostalgia Superstock Inc. Staging lanes 7 and 8, please. Nostalgia Superstock Inc. Staging lanes 7 and 8, please. Steve Bacon and the Innocent Rascal Willys left-hand side. Ryan Hanlon, the Irish Thunder Nova from St. Louis. He is the filmmaker from Route 3 Films. Making all sorts of great educational and inspirational stories for nonprofit organizations. How about that? A perfect light. Trip, zip, green for Hanlon on the right-hand side. And Ryan Hanlon of Route 3 Films. The Irish Thunder goes 10:50, 626 miles per hour for Ryan Hanlon. A proud sponsor of Byron Dragway. 10:42 at 1:23 on the left-hand side for Steve Bacon, the Innocent Rascal Willys. And the last Bacon, that is Uncle Gerald. That's what they call him on the right-hand side. Uncle Gerald Bacon from Kingston, Illinois, in a 53 Chevy right-hand side, paired up with David Walters from Monticello, Illinois, a 48 Ford Anglia left-hand lane with a small block Chevy under the hood. Waldo's Revenger, he calls it, on the left-hand side. Well, the driver's door was ajar on David Walters's Waldo Revenger Anglia. And he's got it in reverse. Nostalgia Superstock Inc. Nostalgia Superstock Inc. to the lanes, please. Nostalgia Superstock Inc. to the lanes, please. Win light to Gerald Bacon, 1279 at 107 on the right-hand side, 1544 for David Walters and the Waldo's Revenger Anglia. BJ Vangsness radio check. The American Rambler of Steve Malmstrom on the left-hand side, paired up with the 55 Chevy Wagon in the right-hand lane. The Wagon is out front and at the finish line. The Wagon's going to get the win. Dustin Robertson, 10:23, 132 miles per hour. The High Life Ford Falcon on the right-hand side. He's got to tone down just a little bit from earlier. It was a wild ride earlier. 10:01, 119 miles per hour for the High Life in the right lane. 981 at 128 in the left-hand side. Boy, the motor just sounds mean in Rick Bowman's Grit Willys in the left-hand side. An all-Willys matchup as it is Bill Archer in the Willie Mammoth and Rick Bowman from Indianapolis, Indiana in the Grit Willys left-hand lane. So Nostalgia Superstocks will conclude the night tonight. Nostalgia Superstocks will be the grand finale tonight, followed by fireworks. Don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to be done here at about 9:30 p.m. or so. $9.99, 130 miles per hour on the left-hand side for Rick Bowman, 1086 at 121. In the right-hand lane for the Willie Mammoth of Bill Archer. Hey, a special thank you to the Gottfried family. The Gottfried family helping to make a donation towards the fireworks show tonight. Special thank you to the Gottfried family for their donation of the fireworks show tonight. Thank you to the Gottfrieds. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What a way to end the night tonight. At about 9:30 or so, once the Nostalgia Superstocks are done, that's when the fireworks show begins. Tom Peters and Brandon Beach. Brandon Beach, that 58 Chevy on the right-hand side. It's called Daddy's Thing. And the drag addict of Tom Peters and the Kaiser, Henry J. And the win line's going to go to Brandon Beach in the right-hand side. The 58 Chevy called Daddy's Thing is your winner on the right-hand side. 10:09, 132 miles per hour. Tom Peters, the drag addict. Kaiser, Henry J. on the left-hand side. A great run as well, but Daddy's Thing is the winner. And where do you get a car like Daddy's Thing? Where does a name like that come from? Well, Ted Beach stopped me earlier today, right before we got the night show going, and filled me in on the history of that 58 Chevy from Oswego Dragway. That car raced there all the way up until the day that that track closed. And the owner of that car, Mr. Franklin, had 7 daughters, I understand. 7 daughters. And I guess that's where the name Daddy's Thane came from. But it is a cool hot rod, just as it was back then. And Brandon Beach keeping the history alive here at Glory Days. A quick track inspection appears that the wheelie bar had failed on the drag addict in the left-hand side. So a couple of parts and pieces were picked up at the starting line, and Chief Starter Jeff Spearling wanted to give a quick inspection there of the starting line area to make sure that no other parts were left amiss from the drag addict. So it looks like we've got about half a dozen gassers left. Then we'll have the Nostalgia Super Stock Inc. to close out the night tonight. Saturday night edition of Glory Days. And a special thank you to the Gottfried family for their donation of the fireworks display set to occur right at the final run finale of the Super Stocks. Glenn Steinhofer in the Red Hot Willies in the left-hand lane. Paired up with the Novocaine Chevrolet Nova of Steve Yoder from Indiana on the right-hand lane. So the Novocaine of Steve Yoder right-hand side. And the Red Hot Willies of Glenn Steinhofer on the left-hand side. About a half a dozen gassers left. Then we've got some super stocks to round out the night, and then a fireworks display. Hey, a happy birthday to Marissa Young. Happy birthday, Marissa Young. She is 25 years old today and celebrating her birthday at the Playground of Power. Thank you, Marissa Young, for choosing to blow out the candles at the Playground of Power. Marissa Young, happy 25th birthday. Hope it's been a good one. Ted Beach and Brian Graylick, pair of Chevrolets burning out. Well, Graylick is wasting no time. Lights the pre-stage bulb almost instantaneously. He's in the 55 Chevy from Harvard, Illinois. His opponent, Ted Beach, the Uncle Sam's Ted's Performance Shop 37 Chevy Coupe. They leave side by side. They are door handle to door handle at the finish line. Win light to Ted Beach. The 37 Chevy gets the win. 9:39, 141 miles per hour for Ted Beach. What a run. His best of the weekend. 9:63 at 1:39 for Brian Graylick in the 55 Chevy. This is Greg Grubel from Port Clinton, Pennsylvania. The Keystone State comes this 51 Chevy he calls Class Reunion. Whoa, Brian Blasey is out of the groove. And he will click abort on this run. And Blasey brings it to a stop at right about the 8th mile mark. No problem for Grubel on the left-hand side, 9:78. Elapsed time 114 miles per hour for Greg Grubel. Brian Blasey, I was wondering about this one. He's been wrestling that car all weekend long, and he's almost always been in the left-hand lane. A little change of scenery on the right-hand side, and it got way out of the groove, and he will abort the run. This is Al Belize of Rockford, Illinois, the final motorcycle of the night tonight. On the Harley-Davidson Sportster from Rockford, Al Belize turns a 13:02 elapsed time at 97 miles per hour. So once the final super stocker picks up his time slip, we'll let them get clear of the top end area where the fireworks will be shut off. So once the final super stocker makes it past the time slip booth, we will have a fireworks display tonight courtesy of the Gottfried family. Thank you to the Gottfrieds. These are the Nostalgia Super Stock Inc. cars to conclude the night tonight. Better Than Nothing. That is the name of the 62 Dodge Dart 330 sedan on the left-hand side, driven by Sherman DeVenning of Jerseyville, Illinois. This car on the left-hand side has been a race car its entire life. Repeat offender on the right-hand side had his career best time in the previous session. Dennis Schurer of Roscoe, Illinois. So the forward on the right-hand side, the repeat offender, Dennis Scherber, had his best time ever in the round before. And he'll go a 10:47 this time, 128 miles per hour for Dennis Schurer of Roscoe, Illinois. And the repeat offender, 63.5 Ford Galaxy. Next up, the Ferris Motors replica car as driven by Howard Kroll, a tribute to Larry Griffith, with a 65 Plymouth in the right-hand lane, paired up with Mitch Manino. Mitch Manino on the left-hand side from Crown Point, Indiana, in the 1964 Ford Fairlane left-hand side, the Thunderbolt. And he will put it in reverse. For a second there, almost thought he might be trying to pull a fast one and stage with the rear tires. Not so. Mitch Manino on the Thunderbolt, left-hand side. Beautiful car, inside and out. Worthy of sitting in a museum somewhere, like the Smithsonian, something prestigious. And Mitch Manino will get the win, 10:41, 130 miles per hour on the left-hand side. Picking up the win on the tower side over Howard Kroll. Howard Kroll goes 10:85. 116 is his speed in the Belvedere right-hand lane. Teacher's Pet, this is Bob Durling from Mooresville, Indiana. That is just southwest of Indianapolis, right there in Hendricks County. He is a auto tech teacher. That's where the name Teacher's Pet 2 comes from. For Mr. Bob Durling in the left-hand side. In the 63 Plymouth Fury left-hand lane, paired up with Hard Day's Night. That is John Rosette. In the 63 Savoy. Wow, Savoy, kind of like the Beatles song, Hard Day's Night. He was sleeping like a log at the starting line, but he'll get around and get the win. 10:02, 130 miles per hour for John Rosette. In the right-hand lane, 10:33 at 1:28. For Bob Durling in the left-hand lanes, looks like we are down to our final two pairs of Glory Days Saturday night. Never too late. The Plymouth in the left-hand side, number 415 of Doug Henderson out of Columbia, Missouri. A 64 Plymouth Savoy with a factory max wedge under the hood. Numbers matching and everything on the right-hand side, paired up with Flash Gordon. That is Gordy Long, the Dodge Coronet out of Lake Bluff, Illinois. Flash Gordon lives up to his namesake. 10:09, 132 miles per hour on the right-hand side. 10:19 at 1:31. For Doug Henderson of Columbia, Missouri. And this is it. The final pair, and boy, is this a good one. The fastest and quickest super stock on the property, that is Milt Trindell, the full tilt. 65 Dodge Coronet from Waterford, Wisconsin. What's he saying? Trindell, the Hemified full tilt Dodge Coronet. He's been flirting with an 8-second time all weekend. Will it happen here? We can only hope. He is paired up with Dan Keenster from Montello, Wisconsin. A beautiful 67 Chevrolet Impala SS. He retired from the Air Force. The next day he bought this Impala. His father was here for opening day of Byron Dragway in 1964. So much history. Look at the full tilt entry in the right-hand side. Milt Trindell. Can he get an 8-second elapsed time to end the night? No, he will not. 983, 142 miles per hour for the full tilt Dodge Coronet of Milt Trindell. But what a performance. A nice job. Well done. Round of applause, please, for Milt Trindell, as well as Dan Keenster and company. That is the last of our race cars, and now, in just a moment's time, we'll let all these super stockers get by the time slips booth, get their time slips before the fireworks display is shot off at the top end of the racetrack. Thank you all. God bless. Good night from Glory Days. We'll see you next time. Drive home safe and come back to see us once again this year. We'll be back again tomorrow, Sunday of Glory Days, Muscle Car Sunday as well. Drive safe. Be careful. Thank you again. We will see you soon.